turn to strangers, but they stay fools. I'll break the chains, take the pain to save you. Save you. Baby, I've been high and low. All the feelings I won't show. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone.
Welcome to May Star League. Tonight we have a doubleheader for you. 2 games, both in the playoff season. We're going to start off with League of Legends in the round of 8, and then we'll move on to Overwatch in the round of 16. 2 teams are going to compete in the league match, and then we'll have 4 for the Overwatch ones. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. Joining me is resident league expert Hayden Dalton. We have tapped you for your unique talents as it regards to league, but let's start off with the basics first. Who do we got going up?
Yeah, right now we got Michigan Tech, Harrisburg Storm versus the Michigan Tech Huskies, with the Huskies being number 7 here, and Harrisburg being number 2. So we got some quite some teams up here right now.
Yeah, it's normally that thing that we've been talking about all throughout the academic year, which has been, if you get in by the skin of your teeth, you got to go up against the top teams. And teams like Harrisburg, St. Clair, they're also top in terms of league. Who would have thunk it? Let's take a look at the overall lineup that we have for tonight. We'll start off with our league match. Harrisburg going up against Michigan Tech, Storm versus Huskies. Then we will swap it on over to Overwatch, where the Blinn College Buccaneers will go up against RIT's Tigers. And then we'll finally have St. Clair versus Northeastern. Sure to be a very jam-packed evening for you here tonight. And whoever wins this first league game will be moving on to the semifinals. 8 will move down to 4. And let's take a look at the players who might just be in the running for getting to the semis. We're going to be starting out with Ego, Kid Beats, Pain Shell, Makel, Barrio on Harrisburg.
And for Meridian Tech here, we got 67, Crampfinator, Big Daddy Bard, Dr. Kennan, and Poro in a Box.
Poro in a Box.
Gotta love those names.
Well, since we're talking about names and overall likenesses, I suppose you can transfer this into the general talks about what we're expecting for picks and bans. Give us a general picture, a general feel of how things have been on Summoner's Rift in the past few weeks.
You know, just going off some of these names, you know, like it's one of those things where you see, you know, the Bard name right there. It's like it can always be a red herring. It's like, are we going to see a Bard? Is he a Bard with one trick, or they? But, you know, there's been a lot of like different balances throughout this last bit. We've seen Cassante specifically has just been an absolute menace in Worlds and all this stuff. So we're going to probably either see him or see him banned here coming up.
Yeah, you can always tell, and I'm also going to be looking for how quick the bans come through, because you kind of count how many seconds there are before the bans, because I remember just, you know, a few years ago, you know, it was just, there wasn't even a second pass before Yumi was just splashed on the screen back when she had her reign of terror going on.
Yeah, and that does tell a lot about what some of these teams kind of are worried about. Like, yeah, oh yeah, we do see the Cassante ban coming out. We see Zach being banned as well. Zach's just, he's never been bad. He's always just a good engaged tank that can help the team. We do see a Ziggs ban as well. Ziggs got a bit of a buff actually recently to his Q, his little regular bomb. That the hitbox of it got bigger, not by much, but it just turns Ziggs into this absolute monster. We see On the other side, we see Orianna, Jace, and now an Ivern. Which the Ivern one's a little bit of a strange pick. Oh, Maokai. Oh.
No, they're messing with us. They're taking
tree.
advantage of that Riot Zero. I'm very familiar with that for Valorant, and in League, it's just the same. First pick coming through for Harrisburg now.
Oh, yeah. We see a Nico here. Nico has been just insanely strong since their rework, changing it so before they used to be able to transform into any champion. Now they can transform into anything, whether it's the Scuttle Crab, a minion, even a plant on the Rift. They can turn into it, and it gives you so much trickery that can be done.
Well, now we know why Michigan Tech was hovering the Ivern so much for picks and bans. They were trying to figure out whether they were going to ban him or draft him, and they're going to go with the draft.
Yeah, and seeing the Ivern specifically paired up with a Kog'Maw gives me the feeling this is going to be a Protect the Cog comp, where just Kog'Maw's got all this damage, all this power. He's very squishy, and he's very immobile, so you need a team. Yep, we see a Braum and an Ivern. 2 giant shields for the Kog'Maw.
Rounding out Harrisburg's first 3 picks, we've got Jarvan the 4th and Rumble. How do you feel overall, just based on the first 3 picks for each team? How are things looking? What are the must picks to round out the comps for both teams?
Ooh. So for the side of Harrisburg, I see they got quite the wombo combo here, as I said, with the Nico, the Jarvan, and the Rumble, all 3 of them having just these big... Jarvan has the good engage that can be paired up with both Equalizer and Nico ultimate, just locking down entire teams and burning them before they can even move. So now that they got all this heavy damage there, we'll probably see probably an ADC or someone with some consistent damage coming out, and maybe someone with a little more support. As well as with the Braum and the Ivern, we probably are going to see a little bit more independent characters, someone not quite focused on protecting this Kog'Maw, but someone who can kind of hold their own a little bit while the rest of them do protect Kog'Maw.
Final bans now coming through for both teams.
Oh, we see Rakan and a Rel being banned here. Rel with that rework just being so strong and showing their vengeance for all the times they weren't picked before this. As well as an Ornn and a Taliyah. Taliyah also very strong right now, and Ornn just, you can never go wrong with an Ornn.
Well, I was immediately thinking about Ornn when you were talking about Jack first. You know, it's just kind of one of those picks that's always been there and has always just been a solid option.
Yeah, it literally just, the fact that you can just upgrade people's items and you just live. That's, if you only do those 2 things, you're winning as Ornn. If you get fed as Ornn, even better. The Aurelion Soul coming out, they have their reworks relatively recently as well, becoming an endlessly stacking champion where they're very weak in the early game. They can't do much, but you get to the mid to late game and they just become this monster.
Oh. Harrisburg takes the Bard away from Michigan Tech. So it looks like Big Daddy Bard, you're going to have to find someone else to play now.
Yeah, and we see... you know, is this one of those things where did they really want to pick Bard, or did they want to
take the option away?
Yeah, got a Bard diff it. We see a Jinx and a Poppy for the last 2 picks. So a very good team. The Poppy pick I'm actually really liking because Poppy W nullifies all dashes and does a mini stun on them. So Poppy alone can almost stop this Jarvan engage to stop that whole big ultimate dog pile that Harrisburg looks like their team comp is tilted toward.
Yeah, Harrisburg is the team that's currently leading overall in win-loss records. They finished their season with a perfect 7-0. Michigan Tech, the underdogs in this matchup, 6-1 for their regular season. Ranked 2 versus ranked 7. We'll see how things turn out. But before we get to the match, we want to give a thank you to all of our partners here at NACE Star League who help us bring these matches and all of these tournaments to you. First up, we want to give a shout out to LA Comic-Con. LA Comic-Con is producing an expansive and exciting gaming, esports, and anime experience in the West Hall of the LA Convention Center on December 1st through 3rd. Your pass gets you access to gaming stage tournaments, stream studio your favorite streamers, course, Free Play Zone with the hottest PC and console games, and The Mix with over 10 indie games and devs on site. Click the panel below and use the promo code LEVELUP for $5 off your gaming pass. And of course, Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, one of the newest partners with NA Star League for the fall 2023 season. Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, it's your journey. And then finally, we have Truth, the nation's largest public health organization dedicated to a future where tobacco and nicotine addiction are a thing of the past. For information on how vaping can affect your mental health, you can go to breathofstressair.com. All right, so now as we wait for everyone to teleport down to Summoner's Rift, or perhaps more accurately, wait for our invitations to Summoner's Rift to come down, because they're already down there. We're just waiting for the delay. If you could choose it for one team or another, do you think one team overall had a very clear win in the draft phase?
That's really tough to say because both teams, I think, had a really solid comp here. We see, the Protect the Cog and then kind of, we'll just dub it the ultimate wombo combo. But both teams kind of picked good counters to that. We saw the Poppy to shut down the Jarvan engage. How's Nico and Rumble supposed to help that Jarvan when he traps them all within Cataclysm if he can't even get in there without getting stunned? And then the Kog'Maw basically needs to survive. If anyone can pick this Kog'Maw, the Jinx just having that really good AoE damage, and the Kog'Maw dies, that's pretty much most of their damage, Michigan's damage here. So it's going to come down to just how well both them play this. They both picked good comps, and they both picked good counters to each other.
Now, if you've joined us for any of the other NA Star League games, you know that we always like to make predictions. We had our bracket prediction stream last week. If it's Rocket League, we're predicting whether it's going to go all 5 games or all 7 games now that they're in the playoffs. If it's Overwatch, we're always trying to predict what stages that we're going to see, and you'll see us miserably fail at that later on tonight. But for right now in League, the main prediction that we like to make around here is, how much do you think Baron's going to come into play? Do you think we're going to see a shutout match where everything just swings close, where he's not much of a factor, or is this going to be a long trek?
With both these team comps, I think the one factor that we're going to see if it does snowball is this Jarvan. Because Jarvan's just such that early game bully, essentially. And if Jarvan gets ahead, he's going to keep this momentum going, and we could see a very quick game. But both these teams have hyper carries that require a lot of farm, a lot of gold. So we might not see too much be happening, or at least not too much major stuff till these Barons, which then will really start to accelerate the game.
Of course, Bard is kind of one of my favorite stories, see enter the field, because I just always love those supports that just manipulate where you can go and how you can engage. So whether it be a support that can just stop someone else's movement, like a Thresh landing his hook, whether it can be a Galio coming in with his hero's entrance, or just a Bard with the magical journey, those heroes that in a split second you're thinking, oh, I did not see that route, but that was a brilliant play. I love seeing that. Yeah. It really gives the support pick a chance to shine.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't actually think about with this Bard is his ultimate here. We talked about the Kog'Maw needs to be protected, but so he's very immobile, and then this Bard can essentially just lock him down. It's going to be very hard for this Kog'Maw to escape that and possibly either get picked, or even if they don't get picked, they're not going to be in this fight for those couple seconds while they're in stasis. So that could be a really game-changing ultimate in some of these team fights.
Also looking forward, we have to take into account what dragons might spawn during the game based on the comps that we're seeing. What are you most looking out for?
Yeah, I think with both these, especially these hyper carries, Hextech Dragon is going to be huge, just giving that slow and wave clear with the little electrical zap, and the stacking attack speed is just going to be like a chef's kiss for both the Jinx and the Kog'Maw to complete their builds.
I mean, I'm more of a simple guy. I just like, Infernal, just give me more damage. There's hardly a scenario in which you're telling a player any game, hey, do you want more damage? They'll go, okay, sure, I can take that.
Yeah, you can never go wrong with the Infernal. It does open up a lot more of the map, though, too, which is one thing that you got to consider. It isn't the biggest deal with Infernal, I feel. Some of the other ones, I think the Chemtech Drake spawning in all those plants really change how the Rift is played, just because all the plants kind of mutate, and you have like the bigger blast cones, and the fruit have different effects. So it really changes how teams walk through the jungle and interact with the map around them.
Well, we're just getting about ready to jump into our round of 8. You could think of this as the quarterfinals for the NACE Star League. These teams have been competing in the Varsity Premier Division of League of Legends all throughout the semester, and now that they are all seated, we are ready to go. And one of the things that we're seeing is Harrisburg and I think St. Clair, also Maryvale. The teams that have just dominated throughout the whole season are showing up in league as well. So it's really interesting when you got these kind of schools that kind of run the whole gambit, a jack of all trades sort of thing. It opens the question of, you know, how many jewels will they get in their crown this semester? You know, will they be able to add league or the Infinity Gauntlet, if you will? Will they get the full sweep?
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I think, you know, you have that high standard. If your team, one of your teams is good at one thing, you want your other teams to be at that level, and it really kind of motivates all these teams to really give it their all and compete at the highest they can.
All right. I also got to say, is there a brownie points pick for you? Like, if any team picks this, you'll immediately gain a little bit of favor there. For me, it's always a moo-moo, but what about you?
Oh, for me, 100%, it's going to be Swain. Just such a fun character. He's my current main right now, but like just seeing him, he's a raid boss kind of character. Like into this pick, like not. If Michigan had him, I feel like he'd be a really good pick currently right now because you'd have all these characters who need to get close to you, and Swain gets kind of stronger the more people are around him, the longer he can fight. And so just always seeing that as a lot of fun, and like to see some of these teams bring that out here.
Now, what would you say, kind of looking back, is stuff that's really stood out to you through your time? Because believe me, this guy, he normally works with production behind the scenes, and he can get into a 20-minute tirade just on League skins alone, okay? I mean, he has seen everything there is to see when it comes to League. So in all of your experience, what are you looking forward to in this match? Like, what are some of your best memories in League past that you would hope to maybe see repeated here in this game?
Ooh, that's a tough one. It's always one of those things where kind of seeing these early team fights where they're just kind of really back and forth, and it's like it's not just a clean sweep. Really kind of are so much more exciting games. Like when you have an early dragon fight, and instead of it just being 4-for-0 plus dragon, when you see like one team lost the fight, but the other team got the dragon and a couple kills, you know you're going to be in for a good game, and even like if you're playing it or watching it.
Well, here we go. Let's head down to Summoner's Rift and see how things will turn out. Michigan Tech versus Harrisburg. Remember, Michigan Tech, the higher seeded team in this match, going up against the underdog Huskies. Start things out, we'll wait until the minions spawn, and then we can get to the true farming action.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of back and forth there right at the beginning. It looks like, you know, Harrisburg and Michigan Tech just kind of testing the boundaries, seeing if anyone's watching for invades. I believe Harrisburg did invade. We see the award at the red buff placed by Harrisburg. Kind of keep an eye on that. It is going to be an Ivern, so it's not going to matter too much other than they know that Ivern can't be shooting their blue since Ivern works so different in the jungle, being able to just... Oh, we see Flash coming out right away on the Bard. Takes some big damage. The stun comes out. Dr. Kennan taking a bit of damage. Both players kind of low. A lot of Summoner spells burned. It was Ignite for Flash, though, which Ignite will come up before Flash, so favorable trade for Michigan Tech there.
And a quick peek up into the pool noodle fight. That is always top lane before we get down to the bottom. Yeah, I gotta say, things are starting out a little bit chippy in the bottom lane. Both of them spending a lot of abilities back and forth across each other, but none of them really falling below half health. But we're starting to see, I don't know if this is gonna hold for the whole game, but look at the CS differential being brought out in mid as well already, 11-5.
Yeah, with that, Aurelion Sol is a very scaling heavy champion. He's designed so because he has that infinite scaling, so he starts out fairly weak, while Nico here, especially into Aurelion Sol, or when he breathes his Starfire, he has to stand still. You actually see a fight. The stun doesn't come out. The flash. Jinx picking up first blood Dr. Kennen also taking a lot of damage. Will he go down as well? No, he will not. Kog'Maw losing Flash there as well. Hopefully they can get back before Wave crashes. Luckily, Dr. Kennen didn't lose their life as well. Having a Jinx 2-0 this early would be very scary.
Gets all the gold that comes with that first blood placed onto one of your players who can provide the most pain. Big Daddy Bard also facing a little bit of pressure in mid, down to half health, getting pushed right up toward his turret.
Yeah, and Nico is known as kind of a lane bully early on. Lots of good damage early, not the best scaling, so this is kind of one of those situations. Taking a lot of damage here. Big Daddy Bard will fly away to safety, get a little bit of damage on Chain Shell there, not much. Loses a little bit more health, has to be very careful here, and looks like thinking about recall.
Yeah, Pinball was peeking there, but a hit from the turret is gonna send him back. Give Big Daddy Bard a little bit of time to channel back and get to some item purchases. Overall, things not besides that first blood. There really isn't too much that's been happening, but we're starting to see the CS differential in mid really start to open up. But that's the only lane in which we can see a huge CS differential. 33 to 29 in top lane, and the bottom lane is basically tied in terms of their CS. So overall, both teams keeping up with each other. But Harrisburg, that first blood, really helping them to open up that 1K gold lead this early in the game.
Yep, some good damage coming out here. The stun and ignite. Kog'Maw damage, very good. Unfortunately, Hitbeats was already down there. Gonna show up and actually save the life of Mikkel and pick up a kill on the Kog'Maw. I believe the Jarvan picked up that kill. Yes, they did. This Kog'Maw is having a rough time here. We see they started out with a Cole. So their intent was to farm, but with how back and forth this has been, they're not getting too much CS here. We even see Mikkel picked up a Cole themselves off that first kill, so both of them are looking to scale as fast as possible. Such a good engage here. It's just unfortunate that Hitbeats was down in the jungle as well. Got to keep an eye on those wards and know when you have vision and when you don't, when it's safe to make these plays.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, we have both players thinking about channeling back. They're pretty burned down in terms of health. Rotation coming out from Doctor. I'm just gonna awkwardly stare at them for right now. Hold up his shield and then walk backward. So starting to get a bit further into the match. The gold differential now even further in the favor of the Storm, up to about 2K. And with all that gold comes purchases. What are you seeing in terms of items that's standing out to you?
Yeah, I see specifically with 67 here buying the Merc Treads and having the Doran Shield early. That is a very smart decision. I don't think there's any world where Poppy beats Rumble. So this is very much I'm gonna just buy some early items, make sure I can survive and not let this Rumble get a lead till we get to the mid game where I can be more useful to the team.
I don't know if they realize Poro in a box was hiding in the bushes there. Could have been a potential gank. We'll have to see if that play goes through. Starting to rotate back, and it does look like we've got the first dragon on the field as well.
Yep, and we see it is an Infernal Dragon, as you were stating. No one's going to complain about getting more damage, so this is pretty lucrative if any teams can find an opening to go and collect it. Poro in a box, I believe, just stole Jarvan's red as well, and will make a clean getaway.
While up in top lane, nothing much happening. A little bit of push toward the red, but again, we just kind of wait this out. And I gotta say, Rumble is opening up a little bit of a CS lead, about 10 onto Michigan Tech.
Yeah, Rumble's just so oppressive here. like I said, the Poppy's goal isn't to win lane, it's just to survive. And they are doing a pretty good job of only being down 10 CS. And no deaths, which is huge for that kind of lane, because Rumble's a champion who can easily snowball ridiculously. And they have such a good team fight with the Equalizer, laying down a huge field of burn damage that also slows, and you can just cut off an entire team or drop it right on them.
Best type of damage is the damage that's given that you don't have to aim.
Yeah. And with the Rumble, they do have a Kid Beats and Pain Shell having good CC. See the heroic charge coming out. Some good damage. Looks like it was going to be a gank, but we see Pain Shell there as well, and Pain Shell will pick up Poro in the box, unfortunately.
That's going to turn into a Rift Herald also for Harrisburg. Can Michigan Tech trade anything for that Rift Herald pickup?
It looks like Big Daddy Bard still pushed up, trying to get away.
Oh, the stun goes onto him, however, and they are all surrounding him. His health is melted down, and it's Barlow gets credited with the pick. 4-0 now for Harrisburg.
Yeah, that was they did have a control ward there, but they knew that Herald had just went down. Very scary opportunity. We'll have to see where Kid Beats drops this Herald. Could be a lot of gold to really extend this lead. Pain Shells misses the root. Gonna get shielded just in case, though. You see, Mikkel actually has their Berserker Greaves up decently in CS, as well as a kill and 2 assists. They actually did get an assist on Big Daddy Bard through the ultimate, firing it all the way from bot lane to mid lane.
As we're nearing the 10-minute mark, Harrisburg opened up a clear lead. They've also picked up a little bit of gold off one of the turret platings in the bot lane. I would have to think, I'm going to go out on a limb and predict it, but I think we get a T1 tower picked up by Harrisburg. I think they're going to get first tower in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I believe they want to use this Herald very soon. Trying to remember, I believe turret plates fall off at 12 minutes. So they'll want to at least drop Herald before then and get some of that extra turret plate gold if possible. But not many turret plates dropped, even with a Jinx and the Rumble. Only both their lanes have 4 turret plates, so if you have down to 2 turret plates, you can one-shot the tower with Herald. So
yeah, I take that back. Probably more like 2 or 3 minutes, to be honest.
Yeah, good damage. Uses the teleport to get back to lane faster. Has their Demonic Embrace. Oh, we do see the root coming out. Has to flash away, but Dr. Kennan does actually survive that. Burns flash for ultimate. Nico ultimate being down is also really good. It means a lot of these fights, like say if they wanted to go for a dragon now, Nico is something they'd have to be really concerned about, but not for another probably like 60 seconds or so.
C7 facing even more pressure under the turret, but the last minion falls, so it's going to keep that Rumble at bay for a little bit, so long as that Poppy hides under her turret.
No.
And a big fight coming out in bot lane.
You hate to see it. Doing a good job, though, staying aggressive. Cataclysm comes out, they flash it. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. And that'll be 2-0 here, and most likely first turret. Yes, we see Herald's coming down. No one can really respond to this. Mikkel making sure to pick up most of the plates, get most of that gold funneled into the Jinx and the Jarvan. Barely doesn't bring it down here, and then it looks like, I was thinking they would go for the Infernal here, but it looks like they're just going to play it safe, which is smart. Multiple players were kind of rotating at that point, and you wouldn't want to kind of get greedy and lose that lead with some shutdowns.
Harrisburg, no second charge for Shelly, however, before he could ever get to the tier 2 turret. Wasn't even able to get a charge, but still, very respectable lead now brought out by Harrisburg.
Yeah, as an ADC player, that's the worst thing to see there, is just 2 people waiting in the other bush to dive you. It's Barlow, gets a good stun there, gets a little bit of damage on them, and kind of just walks away.
Ooh, now in the top lane here, this is some good pressure. But they're pushing, gets 2 turret platings, or just nearly 2, before Rumble comes back. Question is, though, this Rumble's putting a lot of pressure onto 67, trying to get away. Is he going to be able to? Going into the jungle, another shot placed on him. And, he just bit off more than he can chew, and now he'll go all the way back to start, but not in the way he wanted. Infernal Drake also being picked up by Harrisburg.
Yeah, such a big gold lead here, nearly 5K. Gonna make it very difficult for Michigan to get into this game. We see Mikhail has a 200 gold bounty on them, and Kidsby a 150. These bounties need to be thrown over for Michigan Tech to get this kind of gold lead rolling again. If they could get those on one of their hyper carries like Big Daddy Bard to really get them scaling faster here, that could be huge.
Now pressure being placed onto the top lane turret as well. They'll pick up at least 1 turret plating from that. Yep, turret plating has fallen now. 67 back to his post, immediately getting some chip damage placed onto him. This next tower is going to fall, and so Harrisburg now pushing in pretty evenly among all of Michigan Tech's lanes.
Yep, Harrisburg doing a good job. Also taking the jungle, kind of trying to starve Poro in a box of golden XP that they would need and funnel that into their own team. Poro just trying to kind of de-ward, knows they have some info on jungle presence and trying to find out where and get rid of some of it. 67 just kind of waiting for the wave. That's about all you can do. We do see Ginsu's Rage Blade coming online for Craftinator. Huge power spike for this Kog'Maw. It might be a little late at this point. If they can farm up another item or 2, this Kog'Maw is going to be an absolute monster, as well as Big Daddy Bard's Aurelion Soul. If they can stall long enough for him to get plenty of Stardust stacks to extend the range of his abilities, the damage, all that, this could be a very winnable game with both these characters. So it's not over until it's over.
But in the meantime, Harrisburg is going to make Michigan Tech's life a little bit more difficult. They're going for the second Rift Herald.
Yeah. It looks like Michigan Tech most likely knows this, doing a good job of just kind of trying to farm where they can elsewise, because I don't believe they can contest it.
67 comes in, is able to lock down Pinball. The strike goes through, but we also have a fight coming up in the top jungle as well. Michigan Tech does look like they are going to be able to get their pick in the bot lane. The question is, what do they turn it into now? A lot of them are just thinking about channeling and taking that one hit and going back.
Yeah, I believe not much you can do there. They need to get back to their base and stop this second Rift Herald. Big Daddy Bard did pick up the first kill though onto the onto Pain Shell here. Some good gold coming their way. It looks like they're gonna give Bard also the turret, trying to funnel all this gold into the Aurelion Soul, just because of how devastating they can be once they get their gold items and Stardust.
Not even 20 minutes in, and that Rift Herald got a charge on the inhibitor. Big Daddy Bard also going to be falling as well in bot lane. Harrisburg is just opening up the lead greater and greater, and now they're going to have even better minions to use in the top lane at least. So Michigan Tech talking about how they need to stall, but Harrisburg is really just trying to end it before their Kog'Maw can be any much of a factor.
Yep. Harrisburg is just doing such a good job of keeping this tempo, not slowing down, not giving Michigan Tech a chance to breathe here. Michigan Tech just needs to find a chance where they can kind of capitalize on a mistake by Harrisburg, but Harrisburg's been playing very solid. Good damage on the Bard. Don't know if they know where the rest of Harrisburg is. 67 uses Flash, avoids the ultimate by Nico. Gonna try and defend this tower, but so much damage coming onto it. The minions do disappear though. Going to be hard for them to make a dive, especially with most of Michigan Tech here. Going to be burning down these minions. That is another thing with Aurelion Sol. It is incredibly difficult to siege while Aurelion Sol is there, just because Aurelion Sol can just burn through minion waves instantly, and it stacks. So Aurelion Sol is happy to stall the whole time and just build up their end game damage.
Oh, but look at the Bard coming in. A beautiful gank, picks up a double. That's going to send 67 thinking twice about coming in for backup. This could actually turn into a quad if things continue going Harrisburg's way.
Yeah, it's a good idea on Michigan Tech's end. They just unfortunately didn't know where the rest of Harrisburg was. I think they were hoping they either recalled or were heading toward mid lane at that time. Especially, yeah, they just need that gold, so taking some of these risks are necessary. The gold will go to Mikhail as well on this Jinx. Jinx now just purchased their Infinity Edge and a Zeal, giving them a lot of crit chance, attack speed, pretty much anything an ADC would want right now. Going to be very scary at this point in the game.
To say, I was thinking of whether the Baron was going to be that much of a factor. I think Harrisburg can just close it out. I mean, I think Harrisburg will pick up the Baron, but at that point, I think it's just going to be so much in their favor that the Storm can just go through. 67 also finds himself caught up beneath the bot turret, doesn't even pick it up, and goes down.
They got it last second. The minions got it.
Okay, the minions. Thank you. They'll get the bounty on top of that, but it just shows and how desperate Michigan Tech is for any sort of gold they can get any which way.
Yeah, you see it's Barlow use the ultimate, barely doesn't catch Craftinator. Ended up having to use Flash, but gets out with their life. Makes Harrisburg doing such a good job of just keeping control of this jungle, making it very hard for Michigan Tech to farm here because they're limited to just whatever the waves push in. Gonna make it extremely difficult. And we do see Harrisburg start the Baron here. A lot of damage on this Jinx. Not really much percent HP damage, but it doesn't matter at this point. Especially this Kraken Slayer dealing true damage. Actually, I think it does magic now. And it looks like they'll be able to pick up this Baron without any contest here. And that'll be Baron at 20 minutes for the side of Harrisburg.
There are a whole bunch of bounties set up for Michigan Tech, but they can't pick up any of them. Craftinator taken down. The mid turret gets taken down as well. Now everything up to the base is going to be easy pickings for Harrisburg, already starting into first inhibitor turret in mid.
Yeah, not too much Michigan Tech can do here. With the Kog'Maw down, their only real damage is from Big Daddy Bard on Aurelion Sol here. I don't think Stars Descend Stars Descend may be available. At this point, we're just gonna, they're most likely just gonna have to use it. It's a kind of last-ditch effort here. We do see ultimate coming out by the Braum here, getting a slow. Pain Shells will get shut down. Gold will be going toward 67 here, getting a nice little boon to help their efforts here.
At least 30 seconds placed onto Pain Shell, but you know, Harrisburg really just has time on their side. They've got the Baron buff going on to their minions. They've got so much gold coming in. They got 2 inhibitors down as well, so these minions are going to be pushing through mid and top, making the lives of Michigan Tech that much harder. And yeah, they're doing such a good job of controlling these jungles. I mean, red and blue buff in terms of what Michigan Tech would like to pick up. Harrisburg has just been making that a non-factor all this time.
Yeah, just isolating all that gold, making the enemy jungler just, you don't get farm. You have to kind of farm what minions the rest of the team will let you, and you're splitting all this XP, and it just makes it so much harder to stay caught up in level while keeping you stuck at your towers. So it makes it even harder to, you can't just go after Baron, you can't go after Dragon. It's just so good for Harrisburg. They've been doing such a phenomenal job keeping control of this jungle.
Now there's just one inhibitor turret left for Michigan Tech. Harrisburg moves on in, gets the pick onto Big Daddy Bard. The full team fight is going to come through. Unstoppable goes on to Maykel, finding a double. And now there are just 2 left, separating Harrisburg from an ace. They pick it up. And I think those Nexus turrets are down and out for the count. Quickly followed by the Nexus. Harrisburg showing why they are team ranked second. They're going to pick up the first in this best of 3.
Yeah, it was just such a devastating finish there. We actually saw the Aurelion Sol had Stars Descend. Didn't even get to use it. That Jarvan knockup into just all that damage. Died before they could even react.
And I think that was kind of the main takeaway for this overall match, is that Harrisburg just didn't let Michigan Tech really use anything. They couldn't get a blue buff or a red buff to save their life. And just everything, every single objective was almost a non-factor. I didn't really see any team fights even contesting for an objective. No attempts for a steal even.
No. And it's one of those things where it's just like, they put a lot, or Michigan Tech, I put a lot into the Kog'Maw Aurelion Sol basket. And if they don't get ahead, it's very hard for, like, Ivern can't fight Jarvan by himself. And it just kind of snowballed from there. So it was a valiant effort, but we'll have to see how the team comps will look for the second game.
And again, another look at the lineups for both of these teams. I mean, you got to give the shout out to Maykel and Painshell also. I mean, oh man, it was so scary, especially during the fact that, you know, their carry in the bottom lane, when your first blood goes onto the Jinx, you're like, oh no, this is, you know, I'm feeling a few snowflakes right now, but an avalanche could be in the future. Yeah,
and it's just one of those things where it was really smart. I saw the Mikhail's Jinx actually buy a coal on the first back, so they knew, you know, we may not keep this snowball rolling, but I'm going to buy this coal as an insurance policy where it's just going to be like, I'm going to just get a little bit more payout here and turn this gold into confirmed gold, just in case it doesn't snowball.
Well, 2 Dragons, 2 Rift Heralds, and a Baron to boot. Everything going in favor of Harrisburg for that first match. But as we go into the second match, what do you think are going to be the main priorities in the picks and ban phase for both these teams?
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one. I wouldn't be surprised if the bans for the most part stay the same. I could still see like maybe a Jinx ban or something, but the main issue is like there's so many ADCs that are fairly similar to Jinx. I don't think it would do a good job of kind of countering that, but I think Michigan will see quite a different team comp is what I'm thinking, because they were very reliant on just 2 hyper carries and then 3 supports. And I could kind of see a little bit more of a brawling comp, like a little more fighters or something to kind of evenly distribute the weight of their team a little better.
That just shows Harrisburg immediately recognized their win condition. You know, when you put all your eggs into the basket of, you know, we need our carries to scale up, if you just make it a factor so they can't even get the resources that they need, then that's going to lead to these quick matches. Can't be too surprised, though, Harrisburg. This was a very big differential in terms of the seeding, 2 going up against 7. And overall, later in the night, we're going to be going on over to Overwatch, and we have some exciting matchups there as well with some of the top-seeded teams going. Can we take a look at the schedule once more just to show you what we have coming up? Harrisburg is going up against Michigan Tech right now. Then we'll follow it up with Blinn College going up against Rochester. And finally, we'll round it out with St. Clair going up against Northeastern. I got to think that that is going to be one of the most exciting matches of the night. St. Clair, Northeastern, 2 teams that often show up in the playoff scene, but I would say St. Clair is probably the more favored among that particular matchup. That's right now. You know, I gotta say, Harrisburg always impresses me with how big their program is. And another thing that impresses me is how many players joined the Super Team page and worked together with Extra Life. We had more than 100 players from over 20 teams active in our Super Team page. They worked together to raise $32,050 this year. You can join the growing number of NACE Star League schools participating in Game Day. November 4th is the day Extra Life announced this year, but your game day can be any day that works best for you. If you already created an Extra Life team, you can connect with us on NACE Star League Discord to get your fundraising initiatives amplified. So thank you, everyone who has joined, making a difference in a lot of kids' lives. You love to see it.
Yep.
All right, Harrisburg, I think I'm calling the sweep for Harrisburg right now. I think that's what's on the table.
Yeah, I think Harrisburg has just shown, like, how they know how to play the early game and they know how to play the late game. They had a comp that had, late game hyper carries, but also early game snowbally champs. I think, as I mentioned before, I think a lot of this will come down to Michigan's picks more than what they banned from Harrisburg. And I can see a lot more, like I mentioned before, if they need to pick a little more evenly, I feel, rather than putting all their eggs in the Kog'Maw, Aurelion Sol basket. Seeing a little bit, maybe not as hyper carry characters, but a little more decently scaling into the late game, but also hold their own in the early game. Characters, specifically, like I think an Ahri could be really good to kind of shut down this Jarvan, stay mobile, or get a pick on the Jinx. Like they're just a very versatile champ, and so you can kind of pick them into most of these team comps, and they don't just have to be fully supported by their team. So something like that would look really good, I think.
Well, and we also had the factor in the top lane. The whole game plan for the top lane is that it's just survive for the Poppy. And so the Rumble was able to gain so much pressure early on in the game up there as well. Whereas, up top lane, you normally expect just two very tanky heroes picks really just farming up their CS and trying to get as much as they can.
Yeah. I don't even know what you would put in the top lane against a Rumble. You don't see Rumble very much at all, let alone in the top lane. So it's a little more of a pocket pick, I feel. Rumble is a very good character in coordinated fights. So I don't know exactly what you'd pick into it, but something that has a little more brawling power could be something nice to see.
We're taking a look into the play, some of the replays and overall best plays coming through this last game. Were there any highlights that really stuck out to you that you're seeing here playing back?
I felt like there was one of the ones that I felt was a little unfortunate was that it was that early on in the game. It was the really good engage by Dr. Kennan actually onto the Jinx, the Rumble with the Kog'Maw. They almost picked up the kill, and it just was so unfortunate that Jarvan was down there as well, because that could have been something to really stop this snowball from happening early on. It was more just you got to take the risk, where the Jarvan could be anywhere, and you went for it, and it worked out really well, and it just was unfortunate Jarvan was there as well. Seeing some of these replays, oh yeah, we had the Aurelion Sol trying to get that early pick, and just wasn't able to find it. It was a good effort, and at that point they needed to take those risks, so you can't really fault anyone for that. Oh yeah, right here, just unfortunately Aurelion Sol didn't even get a chance to pop a Zhonya's if they had it, or their ultimate, and it was just kind of not much can be done at that point with a Baron.
Well, it seems like we're going to be getting ready for our picks and ban phases coming up for the second game. Man, I think you really kind of laid it out when you said it's not so much on what Harrisburg picks. It's all going to be Michigan Tech. It's really kind of comes down to their game to lose for Harrisburg, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just, I feel like with Harrisburg, they just have that versatility. Like, you can kind of just see by how they play that, like, they banned the Cassante. They know Cassante's strong, but if they could pick anything, they kind of had a large roster, I feel, of characters, or at least a nice pool. So if you ban the Rumble, they'd probably just pick like a Rise or something. Like, they know they have that kind of back pocket, like flex pick for most of these characters. Especially, I mentioned that with the Jinx. Like, you ban the Jinx, they'll pick a Twitch and a Felios. Like, there's a lot of hyper carry ADCs. It's not really what they pick, it's how you counter it.
Ready to head into the second match, get through the picks and bans, and then when we have our spectator delay, we'll throw it to a quick word from our sponsors. But as for right now, we still need to figure out what is going to be picked for both of these teams, Harrisburg and Michigan Tech. Remember, whoever wins this moves on to the semifinals, and there's going to be 4 teams left. League of Legends having one of those kind of closer brackets in terms of the overall schedule. We've had some brackets where it's a round of 16, a round of 32, but League, we're starting off with the round of 8, so not much of a chance for these players to scope out their enemy teams or get any sort of VOD reviews or any sort of information happening at all. So they're just going to see how well they can do in breaks like this between both games.
Yeah, and it's kind of one of those things that, like, you know, you got to essentially just think, especially if you're Michigan here, that game 1 doesn't exist. We're going in, you got to just be like, okay, we're going into this next one and we're going to do what we can, just put that other game behind us and kind of learn from it, but just keep moving forward. I guess one question I have for you now is, do you think we're going to see the Bard be picked by Big Daddy Bard, excuse me, or banned here now, because we saw how scary that Bard was.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the first bans actually from Harrisburg. If they just want to make a statement saying, we already used him, you can't use him, don't even think about it at this point.
Yeah, just kind of sending a message almost. As we wait for this, is there any characters besides a Mumu that you really want to see come out here?
I mean, I always like seeing a Thresh. I always like seeing him. I was a little bit bummed when I saw Ornn being, banned out in the first picks bans. He's just kind of such a staple, if you will, throughout the game that I always just like seeing him pop up.
Yeah, and I think now that you mentioned the Ornn, actually, which I believe was banned by Harrisburg, would have been a great pick for the side of Michigan here, actually, in replacement for that Poppy, because you'd probably be able to deal with the Rumble a little bit better and still have that disengage ability that they picked the Poppy for. So it'd be interesting to see if that slips through the ban phase or not.
Still waiting on the picks and bans for both these teams. Once again, this is Harrisburg versus Michigan Tech. Whoever loses this gets knocked out of the tournament completely and will have to go home, not even saying that they can make it towards semifinals. At least if you make it to semis, you have a chance at least taking bronze, or not that, you can at least say you were a runner-up in the overall tournament. You can say they got to playoffs, but as for right now, Harrisburg and Michigan Tech both have their fate in their hands, and I'm having to think about who are some of the other major threats that are coming through for this tournament, because we still have St. Clair waiting in the wings in terms of league, ready to put a lot of hurt onto onto whoever goes up against them. Yeah,
because there's just so many different team comps and play styles that these teams have, so it's one of those things where, like, one team can play really well against a higher seed team in a specific way, but different teams just play complete different team comps, and it just takes a lot to get used to. You can have teams that can play really well with the protect the cog strategy, but if you have the way Harrisburg plays, where they're just able to divide and conquer really well and not let you scale to protect the cog, it can be very difficult.
Now, I know you always, with a lot of the other production staff, get into some very spirited discussions about cosmetics release, so I think I'll humor you for the next few minutes about what have you been debating lately?
Ooh, not particularly too much right now, because the skins have kind of been in a lull, but with the new what is it, Heartsteel skins, one thing I was really surprised by, honestly, was Cassante, how good his skin looks. When I heard that Cassante was in it, it was very questionable, and it looks amazing. They did such a good job with these, and as much as I hate to say it, because I despise this champ, the Yone skin looks very well, or very good. It actually fits his character, and it's just, I I just hate to admit that when Yone actually gets praise.
All right, getting into the picks and bans for the second game. Bans coming out between these two players. Zach, banned from the first game, going to be the case for the second. Harrisburg swapping over to the red for this one.
Yeah, we see another Orianna ban. Someone from Harrisburg, most likely quite the Orianna player. Very good mage. I can definitely see an Aurelian Soul player playing Orianna. They both kind of have similar play styles. Very good support. There's the Cassante ban. We do see the Rumble ban too, which I can also see that one that made life in the top lane very difficult there and just transitioned into that really deadly ult in the mid to late game later on. Looking here, Blue has one more ban. Seeing if we'll see a Bard ban. Oh, possibly a Maokai. We don't know. Okay, it is the Maokai. Very, very good champ, very simple. It's kind of hard to mess up on Maokai, which is good because for consistency, it's just a solid character. We actually see the Nico coming out for Michigan here this time, kind of picking that away so they can use it and don't have it be used against them by Harrisburg.
Harrisburg taking all the advantage that they can out of, or Michigan Tech, excuse me, taking all the advantage they can out of the timer, just basically using it as a resource. Even if they're locked in on the Nico, they can still use that time to strategize. I mean, use all the time that you're given. A lot of games, you know, even if you have a game plan going all planned out, if time is a limited resource, then you take as much advantage of it as you can. And Ivern, once again, being picked. Harrisburg hovering over.
Interesting. So we have Harrisburg picking the Ivern this time. Very good character, just has a lot of support ability and team engage. I noticed the Zach getting banned both times. The Ivern's kind of like a supplement character for that. Kind of get that same engage. We do see the Jace coming out. We saw Jace was banned last game, and we see it coming out this time. So someone's probably pretty happy it managed to slip through ban phase. Jace just being such a strong lane bully. And we see a Renekton to kind of counter that. We went from a kind of survive lane, if this is a Jace top, to a very brawl battle lane now between Renekton and Jace. Michigan has another pick. What will we see them lock in here? Because there will be another ban phase. So this is the chance to pick anything they want without a risk of it getting banned anymore. And we see a Jarvan. We saw just how deadly last game that Jarvan can be used. Very good early game power. Do ganks as early as level 2 with their red buff and their flag and drag combo. And scale decently well into the late game.
Ezreal going to round things out for Harrisburg as they move on to their bans. It's a little interesting because the main question we had is what is Michigan Tech going to pick? And it's kind of coming out they're picking what Harrisburg picked last time.
Yeah, we've seen kind of some deja vu here. Both these teams kind of adopting a little bit of each other's strategies. We see the Ezreal pick is the most different one we have here. We're swapping away from the hyper carry to more of a poke mage style carry. We do see the Bard being banned, as well as the Taliyah, which we haven't seen a Taliyah here, but I'm assuming if someone here is probably pretty good on Taliyah to justify it, which, yeah, Taliyah is a very scary champ. The amount of roaming they can do, as well as poke, and just shutting off entire zones of dashes is very strong. Last two bans coming out here. Both teams kind of taking their time here. Want to really lock in. A Neferi ban. Interesting. I don't feel like you've seen too much Neferi. So seeing a ban of her come out is not necessarily shocking, but it's interesting. Oh, there's that Ahri pick I was talking about. very versatile pick here. We see the Braum also getting banned, which, yeah, that Braum was definitely doing a really good job for Michigan here, and was definitely putting in the work. It was basically Braum versus Bard in the bot lane, and Kog'Maw and Jinx were just along for the ride. See, for Harrisburg, they got a lot of poke damage. We see a Seraphine coming out here for Michigan, which with the rest of their team, I kind of like. You have the Renekton and the Jarvan, as well as the Nico, can all capitalize on this Seraphine. If Seraphine gets a really good ultimate, charms everyone into him, we could see a lot of people going down before they can even get out of the stun.
One last pick now for Michigan Tech before they hand it over to Harrisburg to close things out. At the very end, they're going to go with Androx.
Yeah, we see Aatrox coming out here. Very weird team comp. I feel like this is a bot lane Nico, which is kind of smart first picking it because you see a Nico, I think most of the time you're thinking it's a mid Nico, unless this is some weird mid Aatrox or bot lane Aatrox thing, which it could be, but very interesting combo. We see the Alistar coming out to round things off. Alistar, I don't even know. They got some decent disengage, can keep Renekton off, they can keep Jarvan off, or Aatrox, but they can kind of only keep one at a time, so. Yeah, just an interesting comp. I do like the Alistar here because Alistar can soak up so much damage, and there is no, most of the damage coming from Michigan is kind of Burst Mage or Bruiser. And so now the Alistar can kind of soak up a lot of that damage. There isn't a ton that can actually shred the Alistar down. So most of the focus needs to go into the Ahri, the Jace, and the Ezreal for the side of Michigan.
All right, it looks like we have everyone locked in for both of the drafts. We just got to wait for the Spectre delay before we head back into the match on Summoner's Rift with Harrisburg at match point. But while we are waiting, we do have various messages from our sponsors, some shout outs that we want to give. So please enjoy the short video from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with the second game of this best of three.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center, December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future 2nd Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
To the NACE Star League studio. We're just about ready to head into our second of this best of three. Currently, Harrisburg leading Michigan Tech in the League of Legends round of 8. So we're going to be hopping back down to Summoner's Rift. And overall, as we look back at that that draft phase, is there anything, do you think Harrisburg really kind of walks away? I think they're going to close this out.
Yeah, they have a very solid team comp here. I think it's a very different team comp than what we saw before. We see the Ezreal, like I mentioned, like, you know, the different hyper carries. I was not expecting the Ezreal here. He can be a hyper carry, but he's much more reliant on spell casting and skill shots. So, you know, I was thinking Twitch or even a Varus, like attack speed Varus or something like that. Not a Ezreal. I don't doubt it. I just was not expecting it. Same with the Ahri there, which very, very good synergy between the two. Very pokey, going to be hard to catch. And I did like Michigan. I mentioned like a lot more evenly distributed power, and we saw, you know, 3 bruiser type champions and 2 mages. So it's kind of like all of them can do at least hold their own for the most part. Seraphine probably going support Seraphine, not APC Seraphine though. So most likely going to be a little more reliant on the team, but still able to, you know, give teammates buffs, speed up people. All that good stuff. So I do like seeing that Michigan kind of is like, okay, maybe not everything in the 1-2 champion basket.
And that's, we're also going to be seeing support Nico be brought out as well.
Oh, so yeah, it looks like if that's support Nico, my guess is that is Seraphine APC. So I take that back. So Seraphine will probably be building the damage here while... Well, honestly, we'll probably see the Nico building damage too, is my guess. They're the support, but they're going to be still building their fair share of damage. I know Nico has very high base scaling, and so Nico is going to be able to, especially in the early game, do a lot of good damage for the team and reasonably hold their own later into the game. They're going to have a lower gold income, but their ultimate also knocks enemies in the air. They root them. They just have all this good stuff that doesn't matter how much damage they do. It still does the same amount regardless of how much ability power they have. So going to be good utility that can just help the team alongside you have which one was it? We have the Renekton specifically, which I think after seeing the last game, the Renekton needs to get ahead here. Just getting that snowball rolling and showing that this top lane is essentially the Renektons here needs to happen, because if Renekton falls behind, it's not like the Poppy where they can just stay even in gold and function decently well into the game. The Renekton needs to have this gold, have this lead, and draw this pressure. So we'll have to see how that goes as we get into things.
Harrisburg Storm, you know, I was going to say before we headed to the break that there's such a program that has such a huge breadth. I mean, not only do they have their own team, but they often run their own tournament and get a bunch of people coming to their campus to play. So, you know, you've really got that sort of, you know, campus pride thing going on with them and the Storm, where I think they just want to close this out. They know they're one of the top ranked teams. They want to take home a national championship, because if you're a team, if you're a school yourself that's hosting a tournament, then you're going to want to make sure that, you know, you have a bit of prestige behind that name, if you will.
Yeah, definitely want to show that you're capable of competing with the people you're hosting this tournament for. So I feel like, yeah, we're kind of seeing a little bit more comfort picks coming out. Like I said, this is a very different team comp for Harrisburg. And I feel like this is like, okay, we kind of, you know, used our, like the box standard, you know, hyper carry ADCs, some good mages and tanks. And now it's like, okay, now let's play. I know one of them probably plays Jace based on the ban. So they're kind of playing comfort picks. We see the Ahri, the Ezreal. I'm assuming those are more to their style or champions they enjoy playing more. So it'll just kind of, it's going to be interesting to see how they play on these champions compared to their other ones. See if it's a lot more natural feeling.
We're heading back down to Summoner's Rift to decide it all. Will Harrisburg claim things in a complete sweep, finish this 2-0, and then move on to the next round? Or will we be going on to a Game 3 with Michigan Tech?
Yeah, we see with both these team comps coming out, it is very interesting to see. Oh, and here we go. We see Harrisburg... we see, Michigan Tech invading here. Looking for anyone, but it looks like they just kind of... Harrisburg decided, you know, we're not going into our red jungle today. Don't even see the Jace there. Jace is still at inhibitor turret. They put a ward down to kind of just check for them, or 2 wards, excuse me, which could be good intel on keeping track of this Ivern, just because Ivern has the ability to make it grow for the camp and then smite it to instantly take it. And you don't want the Ivern to take his red, go straight to your blue and smite it, and then when you path over there, your blue's already gone. We see it is an Aatrox mid into an Ahri. A very interesting matchup. I feel like that's very Ahri favored. See the Jace facing the Renekton as well. Gonna be an interesting matchup. I'm actually not sure how that one goes. Jace does have a lot of poke, being able to swap to cannon stance. And we do see, yes, that is a Seraphine APC with a Nico support, which both Nico and Seraphine synergize very well together. The only downside being that they're both magic damage. See as Jace hit level 2, get a ton of damage in onto Craftinator, and end up surviving, excuse me. See Ignite coming out in the bot lane here. We see Mikkel took a decent amount of damage, but overall still fine. Luckily, Dr. Kennen just kind of holding this lane. Alistar combo going down, gonna get slowed, gonna get a ton of damage onto It's Barlow. And Mikkel taking a ton of damage as well. Need to be very careful there. We do see Mikkel actually took Cleanse on Ezreal, so you got Cleanse and just Ezreal being as hard to catch as they are going to be very difficult. Craftinator needs to be careful here. If they die with this huge wave, not only are they going to be behind in gold, but behind in XP. See the Aatrox pull in. Some good damage onto Pain Shell. Not going to quite find enough. We see chasing down Bard here. Going to get some good damage, but not going to find anything. Charm most likely was not up in time. See, 0 kills on the board here so far. Gold lead also only 100 difference. Both teams playing it pretty well here. We see the Chain coming out, not going to be able to catch Pain Shell here. Dr. Kennen, interesting. They were able to, I didn't know you could even fake a recall on Nico. They used the W to get the clone and then click the recall button and it fakes a recall. Pain Shell taking a little bit of damage. Big Daddy Bard actually doing a good job on this Aatrox, just kind of staying healthy and getting in some chip damage where they can. Poro in a box, just keeping their clear up. Haven't gone back yet. Oh, Big Daddy Bard takes... Oh no, is it not going to be enough? Oh, okay, it is. I believe Kid Beats almost was in shield range. Luckily for Big Daddy Bard, they do trade 1-for-1, though they burn both summoners to Pain Shell, only burning Flash. We see just a rough time in this top lane. Renekton just doesn't have the range to compete with Jace here, and Ego knows that. They do have a decent amount of sustain, though, with the Enraged Q, get some life back, and kind of hold their own. See, Pain Shells and Kid Beats are roaming down. They did control ward it. Need to be careful here. We see Craftinator doing a good job of using the Nico clone as well to, excuse me, to check that bush instead of face checking it themselves.
A bit of attention focused back over towards the dragon as everything been pretty sanguine so far. Now once these objectives start coming online, we'll start to see our first major team fights. Anything in items standing out to you, or are we seeing pretty standard buyouts?
Yeah, so far fairly standard. We see 67 bought a tier. Oh, we see Pulverize coming out here. headbutt pulverize combo. Getting a little chip damage in. Dr. Kennen is out of mana, needs to be a little careful here. Going back to the items though, the only thing that I do find a little interesting is the tier on 67. Oh, we do see another fight. Ego coming out here, doing so much damage. Craftnator not able to keep up, especially with Kid Beats Ivern shielding so much, and that'll be one kill going to Ego here. Pick that up. Looks like a dive maybe in the works here as well. We see Pain Shells and Kid Beats as well. We do see Ariel coming out, dashing right on top of them. Just going to make it so they can't miss Charm is almost impossible. And even if they, just to confirm the kill, and we'll pick that up as well. As Crash that big wave down, going to get 2 turret plates. And Craft's going to lose the wave, which is very unfortunate for them.
Not quite as big of a landslide as it was last time, but Harrisburg now has reached the milestone of a 1K gold lead. 3-1 overall in kill, and they've got 1 bounty placed onto the mid laner, so Harrisburg overall, Paintball has a target on his back. Not a big one, but they are getting the kills onto the players they needed on. Michigan Tech might have an opportunity actually here to just steal this Ocean Drake right from under Harrisburg's nose. Harrisburg, they're going to try. Maybe they can get a final shot on it. It's just one player focusing it down, however.
They did not know the Scryer's orb.
They didn't know.
They popped the Scryer's orb, but it went down toward bot lane and didn't catch the Dragon's Pit. And they will, Michigan Tech will sneak the Ocean Dragon, which actually for their team comp with all these bruisers will be very nice for to help with some of the sustain. It's Barlow getting caught out, gonna pulverize combo, and luckily Kid Beats is there in support, and they decide not to chase it just because they don't know where anyone else is.
First Rift Herald now being focused down by Michigan Tech. They picked 2 of the major objectives up back to back. This is a scope of under 2 minutes. Now Harrisburg, I'd say this game is just dead even now with those 2 picked up.
Yeah, we see Michigan Tech just doing such a good job of prioritizing objectives early now, kind of shifting their gameplay strategy. We see...
And I would expect that because, I mean, in the late game, Harrisburg just didn't let Michigan Tech have everything. Normally, if you have one whole team focusing on one objective, you can usually trade it for a tower or maybe some sort of other objective on the other side of the field, but even that didn't happen last game. So Michigan Tech really seems to have, adjusted their strategy, just going very heavy on the objectives.
Yeah, we see Kraft breaks out the plated steel caps here. Gonna be very nice. Oh no!
Ooh.
See Daisy coming out to say hello. Gonna double dash using their rage. Really smart to stand behind Daisy so they could get the second dash through. Gonna flash as well and actually make it out with their life. See it. Try to go in on this bot lane, but just Seraphine and Nico are so hard to catch, even with an Alistar who can soak up all that damage. They just can't get close to him without risking getting hit by their full combo.
2 turret platings already taken off of the bot turret, and oh, it's Barlow moving in. Shielding a bunch of that damage. He gets stunned, however, and everything's being placed onto him. Dr. Keenan picks that one up. Michigan Tech has now nearly tied this thing up in terms of kills.
Yeah, really good job of just keeping that CC chain going, not popping everything on Barlow all at once. They chain it together, and even though Barlow popped their ultimate, we see flash for flash coming out. Dr. Kennen taking a little damage, but looks like Rift Herald's going down, and that may be able to just barely squeak by first tower blood for Michigan Tech, stealing it away from Harrisburg with Ego doing such a... Oh, we see another fight breaking out here. Pain Shell trying to catch. Looks like they will find one, and Poro in a box, unfortunately, is the sacrifice here. They do pick up first tower blood, though, getting that bounty. See Kraft just trying to fight for their life under this tower. Ego almost taking tower, but won't get that first tower gold that they were trying to get earlier on in the game.
And that's one tower for another. Harrisburg will pick up their first, keeping themselves overall in about a 1.5 gold lead. Focusing down the second tower, already got one turret plating. Pain Shell. It's interesting, Pain Shell I think is the crucial keystone for Harrisburg. He's been the one that consistently has a bounty on him, picking up a lot of gold in mid lane, and he was the one who rotated down to bot lane. We have a fight breaking out right now.
Yeah, we see a lot of good damage done by Bard here, but just so many tanky players in this. We see the Nico ultimate coming out, getting good damage on all these opponents. Need to prioritize some of the lower HP ones. Big Daddy Bard getting some good damage in. The Gore Drinker healing, going to be massive here. Poro in a box showing up, going to slow down a lot of them. Kid Beats going down to Dr. Kennan. The slow coming out on It's Barlow, and looks like It's Barlow also not going to make it out. We see the ultimate coming out by 67, and that'll be a 2-for-0 with probably, I'd say, Big Daddy Bard literally just in the middle of 4 of them fighting here. Look at this, that Gore Drinker proc onto 3 of them at low health with World Ender activated, just so much healing. And then, yeah, this 67 getting that last little slow. I think It's Barlow would have been able to squeak by if it wasn't for that, and picking up the second kill there. Michigan Tech just picking these fights, and like I mentioned before, I feel like their team comp is just so much like, do you focus down the Nico? Do you focus down the Aatrox? Do you focus down the Jarvan? Like, all of them are priority targets here, or at least they can be. And they can each hold their own, so if you're not stopping, if you're stopping one, you're not stopping the other. See, just kind of little bit of posturing at each other in the mid lane here. 4 members of Michigan here. Don't know if they can make anything happen though. We see Craftinator is doomed to follow or get followed by this Jace wherever they go, and just have to just survive the poke in this bot lane now, shifting from top lane. This Mikkel on this Ezreal. Oh, we see Pain Shell popping the Ahri ultimate, hitting the charm onto 67. Going to be knocked into the air. Seraphine ult coming out. World Ender as well. Gore Drinker. We have a lot of members here, but not really any way to initiate. Nico ult comes out, finds nothing but Daisy. Big Daddy Bard needs to prioritize someone other than Alistar, but unfortunately can't find anyone. And Daisy even survives here. Nope, Daisy goes down to the Dragon. And that'll be a, I believe that was a 2-for-0, possibly the Dragon as well. It's Barlow doing such a good job of frontlining and just being too tanky for the rest of their team. I mentioned the 3 Bruiser, 2 Mages is good. It's just they don't have anyone who can burn down the Alistar. Dr. Kennan gets hit by the charm. Pain Shells, but they get rooted under tower, get knocked up, and Dr. Kennan Zonias and lives that. Actually turns that around, picks up some good gold coming to Poro in a box, which is huge going to this Jarvan, who really needs to be this front line and deal some good damage here. Poor crap. A tower dive, a 3-person tower dive. We see Herald goes down. Oh, actually goes to Michigan Tech here. They do manage to pick up the eye as well. Don't know if they'll live to tell about it, but they did secure the eye.
Well, all this time down in bot lane, Harrisburg was able to pick up another tower.
We see, yeah, the tower coming out here. Dragons are even, and Michigan has this Herald. It is past turret plate time, so they won't be able to get extra gold from the turret plates, but could be very useful to help with a big push if they can win a fight. We see no one really doing too much. We see Big Daddy Bard just kind of waiting, knows that the wave's going to be pushed to them. Don't want to overextend when they don't know where everyone is. Just going to collect it and move on. Charm will miss. Kind of the only danger that Bard needs to worry about here. You see a random minion walking through the river as Nico. Gonna be found out and just kind of back off and unfortunately lose their control ward. Big Daddy Bard dodges the charm, will pop ult for ult though, and walk away. See, just kind of more posturing in the mid lane here. Both teams kind of just, they don't have too much to do. Most of the pressure right now is on Michigan. Since they do have the Herald. Good damage coming out from It's Barlow. Manages to knock Alistar into the air. These shields are just so strong. Lots of stuns onto Kid Speeds, but gonna just stay healthy through all the shielding. Yeah, not really gonna find too much here. A really good item that most likely needs to be built by 67 or Dr. Kennan. There is a mage item that deals damage to shields, and the amount of shielding that this Ivern has is just insane. It's almost going to be a requirement here to burn through them quick enough.
Very big CS lead that's been built up in top lane. Talk about the Renekton kind of trying to be the counter, but still, WBG is having a pretty good time up there.
Yeah, this Renekton doing a good job with what they have to work with. They weren't able to win lane. Unfortunately, they didn't hit level 2 first. And Jace full combo with his leap and his W just chunked out Aatrox, and it kind of just snowballs it from there. Gets the lead and holds the lead. See Ego doing a good job of sidestepping Aatrox Qs. Gonna miss the EQ hit on him. Expecting him to juke it, but sometimes going straight forward is the way to go, and they will dodge it. Yeah, overall about 2k gold, or the Jace has about 2k gold over the Renekton, but oh, we do see the root coming out, the Ignite, good damage, the Hextech coming out and freezing, and then unfortunately, as a Sport Nico, just not enough damage. Funny enough, though, Dr. Kennan 3-0 with a 200 gold bounty on them. Oh, it looks like Craftnator overstepped a little bit and will not be able to do too much. You're actually surviving a lot longer than was expected, but will unfortunately go down. And it looks like they'll be taking a turret down with them.
Helps open back up that gold lead, now back to about 2k for Harrisburg.
Yeah. We see trying to push the Herald in the top lane. We see 67 trying to counter the push in the top lane here. Excuse me. And luckily no dives come out, because if 67 went down there, there would be no way to defend it except to recall for someone. Going for this dragon here. Don't know if they have info on it. They're looking for info, but they don't know yet. It looks like they do now. We do have Jarvan here. We do have the TP from Kraft. Looks like they are going to commit to it, and it looks like the dragon will go over to the side of Michigan Tech. It's Barlow gets caught out, taking a lot of damage. Will pop the ultimate. Huge damage resistance coming out, but will go down. Getting cut off here. Flash comes out from Daddy Bard, and will take one down. Good Nico ult. Gets two, gets the root. Poro in a box picks up one, and we'll have Big Daddy Bard pick up a second. And that is a 3-for-0 plus dragon for the side of Michigan Tech.
A whole bunch of bounties placed onto them now all across the field.
You need to be careful here. This could, if they blow their cooldowns here, this could be a double kill for the Ezreal. Has cleanse, gets the lockdown. We do see Redemption coming out. Ezreal with the double kill here, picking up a shutdown as well. That is massive for Mikhail. Yeah, we see here Barlow just gets cut off here, unable to do anything. Good ult with the Cataclysm, and then I believe Pain Shell flashed out of it, but wasn't able to flash out of the Nico ultimate as well, and gets knocked up into the root, and will go down. But the Ezreal now, Mikhail picking up that double, has a 550 gold shutdown on them, and 4-0. They're 4-0-1 right now, finishing up their Triforce and Muramana, going on to their third item with triple longswords right now. It's Barlow just kind of roaming the jungle, de-warding where they can. Kraft still just existing, doing their best, playing. You know, someone's always got to do that. There's always someone who's not gonna be able to hold up here, but they're doing a good job, not trying to fight too much, and just trying to clear and minimize losses, and they're doing a good job of that. They're not just trying to fight over and over and losing and making this Jace a monster.
Turf game has been kind of the bright spot for Harrisburg, though they've been losing a lot of the major objectives into Dragons and Rift Heralds. They've been able to put consistent pressure across all the lanes, but they were just going to mow it right down. Oh, right down. It's Barlow. They really seem to be putting the hurt on him. He's now 1-4-3.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's Barlow just kind of being the sacrifice. They get caught out a little bit. They know they can't fight it, so they don't attempt to save it's Barlow, but it still feels bad that it's Barlow's just stuck there, and unfortunately won't be able to get out with the rest of the team. Need to be careful here. Kid Beats could steal it over the wall. It looks like, oh, they know, oh, hits the charm, gets the stun on top of it, and Jace will not even get a chance to move, bringing Ego down. You see Poro in a box, still somehow surviving this. Has a burn on him, but it's not quite enough. You see Mikhail picks up one. Mikhail might be able to clean up here. Picks up two. Unfortunately, not going to find anything else. But that is 4 members of Michigan Tech down.
The Baron, more importantly, this is wide open for Harrisburg.
Yep, unfortunately, Poro in a box, not going to be able to do anything about it. Not worth trying to steal it. Very low chance he would, and then it would stagger your team. Gonna probably just farm what they can. Such a good engage here. Started out so well, but they had their backs turned to the rest of Harrisburg, and unfortunately weren't able to pick up much, especially after Mikhail there just comes in as this 2-item Ezreal. We see a huge fight at the Baron coming out here. See someone get picked up. I think there was a teleport, actually. And some big damage. Oh yeah, we see 67 went down again. They're still trying to take this Baron. That is one downside with the Ezreal compared to another hyper carry ADC, is you do not take Baron very quickly, but they will take it nonetheless here. And that'll be a Baron for Harrisburg.
Now a very healthy 5.5K gold lead for Harrisburg. Almost all of them will just teleport back instantly, get the items that they want. Bounty's now up to 700 onto Maykel. Spend the one to kind of just sit back in the wings and just wait for everything to be spent for Michigan Tech, all the abilities, everything that they have, and then he comes in and cleans things up for Harrisburg, keeping them in the lead.
Yeah, we see, yeah, speaking of that, they're 7-0-1 right now. Have a 1K gold bounty on them here, so huge shutdown. If they can catch them, that's the problem, is this Ezreal, yeah, as you mentioned, they were doing such a good job of just staying in the back line, not risking getting themselves picked, and then coming in when they need to, and it's just devastating. See, True Shot Barrage coming out, hitting a lot of members of Michigan Tech. Everyone's kind of caught in this bad position. No one knows who to fight, doing good damage. Pick up the Jace, but that's all they will pick up is 2 members. 3 members go down. Pain Shell's trying to escape here, will escape. Actually, the Iron Shield's too much, and that'll be an ace for Harrisburg, taking down all Michigan Tech.
Maykel wasn't enough of a threat. He gets a quadra kill in that ace. That'll be a free dragon given over to Harrisburg, evening up the overall amount of dragons. There are now a bunch of objective bounties.
And with this Baron, this could be bad. They only have... it looks like they will just recall. Smart, don't want to overextend. Go get your items. Go get... spend your gold. Make sure you don't come into this next fight underprepared. And then push at the Baron, which is a smart call. You see all members of Michigan Tech are online here. Just trying to get what gold they can here and get ready for the next fight.
And I think it is probably going to be one more team fight, and if Harrisburg sweeps it, I think that they've got Nexus.
Yeah, they've managed to push up so far, so it's just inhibitor turrets except for mid lane. And it's just one of those things with Baron here. They're probably going to siege this mid lane one. And with this Ezreal coming online, they have a lot of poke potential, as well as with the Ahri Charm, a lot of pick potential. So Michigan can't let just an unfortunate slip-up happen, one wrong charm, or one person gets hit by just a little too many Ezreal keys. Speaking of, Dr. Kennan just gets obliterated with that Alistar Pulverize combo. It's Barlow taking tons of damage. Will pop the ultimate. 67 pops the ultimate. Gonna get dodged by most members though. Goes down. We see everyone running for the hills here. Poro in a box trying to live with Craftinator. Poro in a box goes down. It's just Craftinator, and they will go down as well. And like you mentioned, it looks like this will probably be game. All 5 members down and Baron buff up. A lot of these members just really tanky. They'll probably just, yeah, they just tank the Nexus turret themselves, especially with Daisy. And looks like that will do it. Harrisburg will pick up the win.
Michigan Tech put up a little bit more of a fight in that round, but Harrisburg overall claims it 2-0. Main question is if they're going to be facing off against St. Clair, who's on the other side of the bracket there. It's either going to be, they have a 50-50 chance of it being St. Clair, and that's going to be quite a match, Harrisburg versus St. Clair. You'll want to stay tuned to that.
Yeah, for sure.
But as of right now, that is all we have for League of Legends. We still have 2 more Overwatch games, so please stay tuned. We'll get to that very shortly. We'll take a quick break and then be back with more NACE Star League. Please stay tuned. Hope to maybe see repeated here in this game.
Ooh, that's a tough one. It's always one of those things where kind of you actually see a fight, the stun doesn't come out, the flash. Jinx picking up first blood. Dr. Kennan also taking a lot of damage. Will he go down to the ego here? Pick that up. Looks like a dive maybe in the works here as well. We see Pain Shells and Kid Beats as well. We do see Ariel coming out, dashing right on top of them. Just gonna make it so they can't miss Charm is almost impossible. Gets caught out, taking a lot of damage. Will pop the ultimate, huge damage resistance coming out, but will go down, getting cut off here. Flash comes out from Daddy Bard, and will take one down. Good Nico ult, gets the root. Poro in a box picks up one, and we'll have Big Daddy Bard lower HP ones. Big Daddy Bard getting some good damage in. The Gore Drinker healing, gonna be massive here. Poro in a box showing up, gonna slow down a lot of them. Kid Beats going down to Dr. Kennan. The slow coming out on It's Barlow, and looks like It's Barlow also not gonna make it out. We see burn through minion waves instantly, and it stacks. So Aurelion Sol is happy to stall the whole time and just build up their end game damage.
Oh, but look at the Bard coming in. A beautiful gank, picks up a double. That's going to send 67 thinking twice about coming in for backup. Welcome back to the Star League studio. We just saw a great match where where Harrisburg picked up a win in the round of 8. They'll be moving on to the semifinals in League of Legends. And we've got It's Barlow here joining us to talk a little bit about the match that just transpired. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
All right, so we kind of wanted to go over just about how that match went, how it went for you. I want you to take us specifically through that third game, because it seemed like a lot of times you were kind of the sacrificial lamb, if it were, as Michigan Tech really tried to push all the damage they could onto you, but then your team brought it back in a lot of team fights. Take us through that last game.
Yeah, they had a weird comp. We knew they would play Nico support, but their support player was actually really impressive on Nico. We were all losing our minds a little bit. It felt like a horror game. And since we had 4 squishies and All-Star, I had to check everything alone. And my team hates me, so they all left me to die all the time. But it's fine. It was part of the plan. I had to die sometimes to check stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
And then moving on in the general tournament, we're looking at the bracket, and there's a very good chance you could face up against St. Clair, currently ranked just right behind you in terms of seeding. So what's going to be the main things that you're drilling to go up against St. Clair?
Well, I was actually a St. Clair player before, not last year, but the year before that. I started my CLO career at St. Clair, so a lot of people here there are my friends, and I'll never miss an opportunity to beat them up. You know, it's good rivalry. I like them a lot, but unfortunately, they're gonna have to give us the win.
All right, and then do you have any final shout-outs do you want to give before we move on to the next match? Any other players on your team you want to call out?
Shout out to my mid laner Kieran, because he died the most in the first game when we were trying to have a perfect game. So I wanted to shout him out for that.
All right, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your win. Look forward to seeing you in the grand finals if you make it that far. Good luck.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, that's going to do it for League of Legends. We got 2 Overwatch matches coming up after this, so please do not go away. We'll be back with more Star League coming up. We're going to find out who makes it to the grand finals in Overwatch. Please stay tuned.
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future 2nd Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
Talk.
back into the NACE Star League studio. You are joining us today for our coverage for our NACE Star League playoffs. We are now transitioning out of League of Legends, which that was our, the best way to put it is the Elite 8 round for them, and we're going to go into our Overwatch series now, which will carry us through to the end of the night. I'm now your host, Artemis Rain, and joining me is KhazixMayJump. All right, my friends, so Overwatch, yes, we had some changes, and of course, you know, though he won't be, we were not allowed to have Maga. He was there for a few days, so we can't even, don't even regret it.
Just like it was a fun day.
It was a fun
day.
You had 3 days.
It was 3 days.
But I will say that there is always, of course, you know, we had Sombra come in. Not sure how much we'll be seeing her. However, there were some changes that went through to pseudo favor, but also kind of hate what we can refer to as the London Spitfire composition, which is that Bastion, Reinhardt, Symmetra, Baptiste, Lucio comp. And so with that in mind, you anticipate we're still going to see it, considering now Zenyatta got like a buff plus a nerf, because Discord Orb, you can't Discord the same person back to back for a certain period of time. It has a cooldown.
Like what, 7 seconds, something like that?
Yeah. What do you think? Because if you go, typically people would just be like, oh, they have Bastion, they have Rein, I'm going to go Zenyatta, and then someone else goes, you know, maybe Hanzo, and you're looking for that Bastion.
you're looking for the luck, for the strike of luck to hit. Yeah, I think it is a buff and nerf at the same time. I do like the Discord Orbs change just because it stops that sort of, each target comes to my field of view, I can just tag them with Discord. So it's a little bit more that coordination period. And I guess as a player, you feel less punished for just like, oh, I peeked behind cover, lost the orb, went back to take the open fight, and then got immediately discorded again. So I can see that's a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Okay, well, despite this, we might still see one of these teams out of the 4 we have coming up for Overwatch this evening play as some sort of composition revolving around a Zenyatta. Just as a quick reminder, we had Harrisburg take on Michigan Tech in League of Legends. It was Harrisburg with a 2-0 sweep victory. Now, as we go into the Overwatch portion of the evening, we're going to have Blinn College take on Rochester Institute of Technology. And this, of course, is going to be our standard best of 5. And then followed up, it's going to be St. Clair taking on Northeastern. We can take a closer look at the 2 teams we're about to have battle it out. For Blinn College, we have Orca, McNoodle, Sky Sniper, Hutch, and Ghost.
Inside of Rochester IT, we got Storm's Eye, Blackjack Frost, Azul, I'm going to go with, and Abdon.
All right, so we know for sure that we have a standard rotation of maps going into our Overwatch series. You gotta always start on Control Point, and we're seeing one we don't typically always get the opportunity to cast. We're gonna see Antarctica. Do you have any opinions regarding this map? Because typically, actually no, just in general, it seems like the newer maps that have been coming out, people either love it or hate it. Antarctica, do you love it or hate it?
I'm gonna go with love it. I think it has. I mean, it's sort of hard to put into words, honestly, for me, because you hit it right in the nose. If it's a love it or hate it, where there's situations where that London Spitfire comp you've seen is kind of effective on most of the points there. So it can be a little frustrating depending on what side of the punishment you're on. But I think it's a solid map, and it's a trend that, honestly, I like to see, because this whole entire season we've seen these teams be the breaker of change, so to speak, of they're getting rid of those normal map picks that we see so often, kind of like Lijiang, and we're seeing a little bit more diversity in the map picks.
I am satisfied not seeing Lijiang. I am satisfied.
I don't think you're on that. You've casted much longer than I. Not only just a caster, but also Overwatch, so I can 100% respect the, I just want to see something new.
Well, it's not only that, like, for the longest time, it wasn't up to the teams, the first map we got to pick. Like, yes, it would be Control, but the first Control map was determined. Like, it was this week we're starting on Lijiang, or we're starting on Ilios, Nepal, what have you. And so for a while, it was like bouncing back and forth depending on which tournament you were in, between you started on Lijiang Tower or you started on Busan. That was just how it was. The cookie crumbled in those 2 directions, and that's all you got. So I do have perhaps a Stockholm Syndrome for going for Busan over the Lijiang Tower pick.
Yep.
Still, I will lean more into Busan than I will into Lijiang Tower. Some people will call me crazy for that. This is a dumb hill to die on, but I will.
I agree with you. I really like Busan, especially over Lijiang. I do like Antarctica a lot, though. I will say, I think it's not only a visually refreshing thing, but it does have those aspects that I like to see in a map in terms of that high ground, low ground comparison and where you take fights and simple flank routes that make the game a little bit more complicated, but still keep it a little simple.
Both of these teams are rolling out on Sigma, Lucio with the Baptiste. The variation in the two comes in the form of the DPS they're choosing to roll out on. We've got May on both sides, however, it's the Sojourn versus the Bastion coming from Frost. And right now, Rochester's choice of DPS seems to be working out a little bit better than Blinn College, as we've lost McNoodle, Ghost, and Orca all in rapid succession. That's point lock going to Rochester. And no swaps are being made for Blinn College just yet. Also, we can see ultimates across the board. Rochester is going to be higher. However, Blackjack is the one I want to keep an eye on. 30% away from Amplification Matrix. You can use that to prevent an entire fight from occurring. We have a coastline rotation coming out from Blinn College, as we have May rush in, put the wall up, attempt to separate the team. Rock is used on Rochester's Sigma. May is getting a little bit cut off. Orca is going, both Sigmas are going to use hands, as we also see Immortality get expelled. May drops the Blizzard, Immortality is used, Hutch is eliminated, Blackjack is eliminated, Orca goes down. So far, the healthier team still is Rochester, despite losing their Baptiste. Unfortunately, as I say that, down goes Lucio. Ghost from Blinn College also falls, so it's down to the DPS who are standing, and Sky Sniper, with help from McNoodle, will be successful in locking the point at the 50% mark.
Sojourn we've always seen as being such a pretty vital point of the characters that the people that really are advanced on that character end up being such strong anchors for their team, because it really is a kind of a DPS that it allows you to pop off. Like, it really enables you. You have the movement, you have a little bit of that ability to punch. There goes out Window, actually to trade for it. Both walls committed. There goes out Flux, trying to do its damage, is able to get one. That's a support gone. Counter. Actually, nope, yep, there's the second. Yeah, this is full retreat to the side of Blinn College, and that is Rochester IT. Gonna take the point, sitting at a pretty staggering 60%, more than double of what Blinn College has. But Blinn College is gonna go into this with 4 ultimates to RIT's 2. Actually, yeah, 2.
This could be a tactical, let's force them to dump ults and lose the fight for Rochester. They do need to full commit to some extent. Bastional early, trying to get out either Cryo Freeze. It actually ends up eliminating Orca. I figured maybe we'd get Immortality, but instead it gets Hutch on top of Orca. Actually, Hutch got moved off the map by the Storm Eye. Bastion now going in turret form, trying to pick up the Sojourn. Is not going to be successful, but Isul will manage to pick up Ghost.
Yeah, here's just a little bit of staggers. Not too horrible, but when you're at 94%, yeah, they're just Orca attempts to get here. Gonna use hands. Might be able to get a touch for it though. Frost is gonna go down, but they are not able to get a touch here. They played far up, and they got all the benefit for it because Blinn was not able to get there, and they take first point.
When you're going into a fight that you are fully aware your ults are not in your favor, the ult advantage, you counted it out. There was 5 ults for Blinn and there was 2 for Rochester, so the name of the game is ult first and ult early while they're in rotation. Made it exactly that, which allowed them to easily capitalize on 2 people. They managed to get the Baptiste as well as the Sigma taken care of, and then at that point it's a lost fight. You cannot rekindle the flame losing 2 people, your tank and your flex support gone.
I'm actually really surprised they lost Orca there, because I get the Orca got walled off, but last I saw Orca was hands. Now I'm pretty sure you have to put it a bit to the sky in order to actually catch the artillery strike coming down. But I'm surprised they got taken out in general, unless there was damage done to them preemptively that got them low enough for the artillery strike to take them out.
I believe there was a May wall also, so it made it even more difficult for the poor Sigmas. We have Blinn wrapping around coastline, trying to get into the back line for Rochester. Sky Sniper living up to their name is successful, finding Blackjack, and Isul will fall down to Orca, but Bastion, Frost comes in, uses Terraform, finds Sky Sniper, but goes down to Orca, and Ghost will then pick up the Storm Eye.
A little bit different than what we saw in the first point, the first matchup. We actually do see Ghost go back to Taxi. Teammates back to this fight. Blinn is going to hold on to this high ground here. Currently, Orca is beating out Abdon by a lot in terms of ult percentage here. So like you said, ult first and do it fast. This could be the chance to get ahead pretty quickly going into this fight. They're going to contest 4 high ground side of Rogers. Go for a rotate here. Blin's reading it pretty well. Rocks are blocked. Maywall is committed as well, but there goes down McNoodle. That was really well executed. Maywall, but there goes out Flux. Could find some people, but Immortality's used. There goes 1. There goes out 2. There goes 3. Wow.
Immortality field was instantaneously burst down, and then we did see that Blackjack hit shift, but unfortunately when there's damage coming at you from multiple directions and you're so low on health, the shift can only do so much, and they burst down 1 at a time just in rapid succession. The team felt like dominoes. We're crossing into that 50 percentile mark, which is what we had for Rochester on the previous sub-map. So now is the question, is Rochester going to pull this back in their favor, but they have to win basically 3 fights perfectly from there on out in order to be successful, and they're actually going to rotate and try to go to the opposite side of point instead of fighting to the main high ground, fight for the small high ground, use Amplification Matrix early. Sig drops, gets walled off by May. Hands are used. May's still just trying to go for a little bit of freeze action as Rock is also killed. Sky Sniper is going to be eliminated. And it looks like after Cryo Freeze is forced, Immortality is going to be used. Blizzard is committed. Sigma is caught inside of it. Ghost falls, McNoodle falls, Orca is gone. That should be point flipping, yes, in favor of Rochester. Ticking up to 30%, but 63% for Blinn means this is last fight territory. They need to be careful at this point.
They pushed all the way up. That is a pretty good stagger there. There goes that wall as well. Abaddon did do a good job getting the support out of there. Push up too far here. Blinn College will have 3 to 4 ults to them available. Rochester will only have 3. However, those 3 ults can be pretty impactful. 2 of them can be a pretty big combo. There goes out Flux to the side of RIT. They're trying to pull up this combo. There goes out Beat. It's going to take out Immortality though. Blizzard would use as well. Is going to be able to capitalize and find anybody. I don't think they did. Immortality was useful there. Frost is going to pick up Orca. Window for the side of Blinn was used as well. Feels like Blinn's going to have to pull a retreat here, but quickly they're pulling it back. They've got 3, now 4. It's just Frost at that point. They're going to go down, taking down 1 down with them, but that's Blinn College now taking control back of the point.
Last fight territory for Blinn, but they expunged almost everything they had with check marks. Orca is coming very close to this Gravitic Flux. That is a scary situation. With the last Gravitic Flux, Orca pulled off, got 3 despite Immortality being available, so Blackjack needs to get Amp Matrix ready to go. Immort and not get caught in the Flux because Lucio, the Stormtide, does not have beat online to counter this one. Other than that though, those 2 check marks are all we're going to be seeing during this fight most likely.
And he's going to grab quite a bit of damage as well as nade. That bad here. This is the opportunity for Flux to be pretty useful. There it goes. Is going to catch quite a bit. Immortality gets used a bit later. Now is going to save a couple of the teammates. Abaddon did get Ghost here. That's the main support gone. Now Sky Sniper. They are going to pick up Frost though. Now a second support. Their Lucio's now cornered off. Might be able to skirt out of the way though. Rochester is going to take back point nonetheless. They've got 3 on point here. This could be enough for them to win the fight, but they've got 4.
Rochester committed to the point cap and flip while there was a distraction happening. We have Gravitic Flux used. McNoodle is like Crowd Freeze, but it breaks just near the end of it, ends up taking half their health pool away. And then we have the Maze drop Blizzard down on point, but unfortunately Bastion as well as May are eliminated. Orca gets eliminated. Blackjack goes down to Hutch. Sky Sniper will find the Storm's Eye. Tracer's recall for Sky Sniper is going to be forced, but Abaddon gets eliminated. And it looks like at 99 to 99, points going to flip in favor of Blinn College. We do also have no tank swaps, no speed swaps coming out for Rochester, and that means we're going to the 3rd point.
I don't even think they maybe might have had time to get there, but it would have been pretty close to do it, and it was a really good turnaround for the side of Blinn College because what was a pretty big one-sided win for the side of RIT that first point here, they managed to turn around and completely flip the script. I feel like that's a relatively common theme when we see teams on Antarctica. It's just they get a match or they get a team comp that, I mean, I guess it's just Overwatch in general as well, that they're not super versed in, but honestly, I don't think there were a whole lot of changes that I saw from Blinn College's roster as well. I could be entirely mistaken there. But now moving on to the 3rd and final point. The doors open, they make their way to the point. They're going to keep it pretty much the same for both sides. Actually, no, we are going to see a Reinhardt be brought out. seeing a lot more of a similarity of that London Spitfire comp we were talking about, and they're going to go for the brawl and maul. They quickly close the distance here. Blinn College is going to SP it out, try and get out of a dangerous situation here. Hands is used as well. Frost goes into wheels. Now that time is out, but a big, oh! There's just a bunch of trades going on right now. Immortality was used as well. Just trade after trade. Frost and Lucio are going to attempt to exit out. Point unlocked. They're going to attempt to get some bit of point gain as they possibly can. Frost is fending off the attackers with that wheel force.
It's dancing in the opposite direction, I would like to say. They did get point cap, only probably going to be for a few percentage. Waiting for the rest of the team to come back. They actually managed to get a foothold on, again, Abaddon with this Reinhardt looking for an opportunity. Surviving around middle pillar. The Mei uses wall to try and shut down damage coming from one direction. Unfortunately, it might not be enough as we have the enemy Mei wall also use Bastion in turret form, trying to take advantage of this window that came through from their Baptiste. Spear spin to stop the Reinhardt from charging forward. Immortalities have been expunged from both Baptistes at this point. Reinhardt dangerously close to the Shatter, where we see that Fortify online to prevent the entire backline of her team from getting abolished by a Shatter coming from Reinhardt. They use B early. Abaddon's looking for a tasty Earth Shatter. Shatters a fortified Orisa, but gets the Lucio in it. Follow-up Mei ult will help clean up the rest of the crew. And despite the stagger they had to commit to, the disengage, re-engage came in clutch for Rochester. They're now at the 50% mark.
The trades they got, I mean, they traded tank for tank, then they traded support for support, and then they traded a DPS, and then it was a 3v3 fight for all of them. And they executed well, and they were able to make the change, and even though we see this Orisa swap, it's not having an effect on RIT's tank yet, but I have a feeling though into this next fight, it's not as rushed. They get to have a little more prep time, and we're also going to see ultimate come out from Orca as well. There's a good wall, corners off the opposing Mei and the Rhine, and there's a beat used as well, and a good charge, but it's going to force out Ice Block and save. But getting low on health, there's Immortality used as well. Already down a number here. There goes out Blizzard, and it's just going to, yeah, numbers just start to dwindle here. Everyone's going down. It's just a reset at this point. But RIT manages to get to just under 90% of the point here. It's honestly their game. They can play it exactly how they want to. They can take kind of their sweet time with these fights.
Having forced out Terra Surge as well as Blizzard is quite significant, but we've got Hutch coming online with his Amplification Matrix as well as Overclock for Sky Sniper, which can both be quite deadly when comboed together. Blackjack will have Amplification Matrix as well, and Abaddon will be coming up close to the Shatter. Frost also close to the Artillery Strike. If you get a couple Fire Strikes through the window, if it's timed properly, absolutely obliterates any squishy in line of sight. Low, Rochester is going to choose to take the high ground after forcing window early for Blinn, and there goes Sky Sniper through the window, finds Blackjack. McNoodle will find Frost, and McNoodle also finds Abaddon. They're just chasing down this Lucio and the Mei. Mei's Cryo Freeze is out, Lucio is fallen, and then it's just the Mei left. 44 in counting currently for Blinn College. Now they have beat Orisa Terra Surge as well as Overclock all online. Rochester's looking at Earth Shatter, Window, and Blizzard. Lucio dwindling behind on the beat charge compared to Ghost.
If done correctly and well, they will get beat in time, especially if they manage to saw it enough. But they're such a brawl-heavy comp. There goes Amplification Matrix there. But they're just going to back off of it. Abaddon charges forward, probably looking for a chance to use this Shatter here. Frost is going to find one. There goes out Shatter as well. Was able to block it off. Immortality's used. Orca is going to get fined one with the Terra Surge. Overclock was used as well, but then we just see Storm's Eye and Frost pop off and get 3 here. They're going to get back point here. They're going to get pretty close to pushing this into overtime. Blinn was able to push it all the way to 86, and they should be able to get a touch before this goes to an unwinnable territory. Hopefully, climbing to 96, now 97. So they're going to have to get a touch here. They are going to be able to get it. Beat was used as well to try and keep Ghost alive. Work is now on the Doom swap as well.
Orca needed the extra speed provided by Doomfist to make it to the objective, get a touch on it. Mei will follow up with the Cryo Freeze on point. 96% the Mei Blizzard has Immortality dropped on them to keep them alive, uses the Blizzard, is eliminated, can't stay on the point. Overtime is ticking down. This looks like it's going to go over to Rochester, walking away with the first victory on Antarctic Was a pretty heavy back and forth fight.
saw both teams succeed pretty well on their respective points that we saw them. I mean, RIT was definitely kept second point a lot closer than respectively what it was on the flip side, but both teams saw their moments here at the third point, especially. You actually get to see the play of the game. Having on third point, it was a pretty good showing, but ultimately Blinn College falling a bit short.
Okay, so now we have gone away from our control point, which happily strayed away from our common maps we do see. What do you think we're going to have for second? It's hybrid.
It's going to be Kings. We're in the playoffs. We're in the final stretch of things. You're going to go with the map pick that you feel most comfortable with. But as I say that, it could be entirely something different. Blinn College could feel, you know, like we pointed out before, almost every team is proficient at Kings Row.
Mm-hmm.
They've done it for the longest time. You've played it for the longest time. You know it inside and out. It's a map that simply hasn't changed. So I feel like it is the smart decision to change it up, and to sort of flip the script and go to something different. We probably will see Ike as a possibility, but honestly, I would love to see something different. Paraiso might be one of those that I'd like to see.
I'm just waiting for the moment that Productions just decides to mess with us and we get the actual, yeah, there it is.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's them messing with us this time. We're actually going to Kings Row. So it's Scrims Row. Colin, honestly, I will also agree with you earlier with your statement of we're in playoffs, why not go to Kings? This is the instance where I could say, yeah, that's a smart choice. Go to Kings Row. If it's everyone's best map, if you dominate a team on it, then that just shows that, you know, in all honesty, not trying to be rude, you're the better team.
Yeah.
Everybody knows this map like the back of their hand. Mm-hmm. Also, with that in mind, if regardless we're going to go move on to Flashpoint, likely going to see Servasa. I don't anticipate seeing any sort of new junk city for that one. But as we focus on this Kings Row, we saw the May Bastion comp. We have not seen that Symmetra. We might see Sim on, I could be on defense or offense, but I think we're still going to stick with these either Battle Cattle or Reinhardt. Either the Spam Rush comp with the Orisa or the Wall and Maul comp with the Ryan.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, I think we will see RIT stick with that Ryan Bastion composition as well. I could see them, you know, incorporate that wall a little bit heavier and rely on it a bit more, because there were instances where both teams were able to catch a lot of people off guard, and the window sort of wall is sort of useful to block up window. It only stalls for like half a second here. We do see red outlines. We don't entirely know who's on what side. We can make predictions as to obviously what you should pick. If it's not your map pick, you're probably going to go with defense first, but could swap it up. It could, you know, this could be RIT saying, hey, we'll go on attack here. I'm going to say, actually, it might have been RIT going on attack here, because I see an Orisa, a Sojourn, a Lucio, a BAP, and a May. And that is a exact comp to a certain Blinn College we saw. So they got their map pick, and they got defense first. What does that tell you?
Well, Rochester is going to be attacking first. Interesting. Typically, if a team is confident enough to attack first despite getting to pick sides, it does kind of demonstrate that they are very confident on their playability here. Because the other thing is you set the win condition. You can either force overtime or you can set yourself up for failure. We'll have to see how they decide to work it out, as everyone is trapped inside of movie theater. Bastion's going to run the corner and use turret form, spear spin, and spear both. Frost caught the spear. There is the immortality from the enemy team. Blinn College Sky Sniper is going to fall down. It is a lot of this tug of war that has to occur with this comp, forcing out those support utility. And Bastion, honestly, hopefully we'll find out that spear spin is down this time as they round the corner. It is not, but they use Amplification Matrix, forcing everybody back. It's touch and go. They have yet to fully cap the 33% mark, and that's what Blinn College is trying to do intentionally. Don't let them take more than, you know, a tick and a half at max before you rush in. We have Terra Surge committed, but the immortality will save a few people. Blackjack, unfortunately, will sacrifice himself. May is coming up on Blizzard, going to drop it down on a point as Orisa gets eliminated. Maywall from McNoodle is used to allow the rest of the team to retreat and re-engage as needed. They lose Hutch, which could spell disaster, but Ghost is coming up on beat, so if they need it to sustain, they can. However, they have fully regained control of their defensive objective. And I believe Lucio's rushing back to play Taxi before the rest of Rochester makes it back to the choke point.
I do like the flexibility there that Blinn College displayed of even though Rochester was taking movie theater and they're moving around it, they did the same. If they were using natural cover, just sort of a key to playing Overwatch as an individual and as a team here. And I think it's the reason why they were able to stall out for so long. I mean, Rochester does get a point at the end of the day, but they stopped the point cap in general, and they managed to bleed it to under 2 minutes here. Rochester goes to the pretty famous rotation around. They're going to, oh, there's Overclock committed as well. They're trying to find one. There goes that Shatter as well. Sky Sniper manages to somehow avoid it. Overclock's not going to find anybody, though. Both beats were used here. Orca's pretty low. Orca is going to go down as well, and unless Blinn College manages to get some picks here, it looks like the point's going to go over. Actually, yeah. Pretty certain. Might be able to stall a second or two longer. No, Putch is going to go down here, and that's a point over to Rochester IT, just under 4 minutes.
It wasn't a massive stagger, but it was enough to, I believe, force Sky Sniper as well as Hutch to go to the farthest back spawn, whereas McNoodle, Orca, and Ghost might have spawned a little sooner and farther forward. This is an opportunity for this team to push up, take control over the area of bookstore, considering those two would be further back, and it looks as though they are not choosing to do that, probably for fear of the ability for people to catch up really quick and over-egress into the enemy's controlled zone right now. We do see we have Terror Surge online, Amplification Matrix as well for Blinn, and if they hold this bookstore right here, yep, there it is. It is extremely difficult to circumvent and deal with, so they're just going to use the Terror Surge in conjunction with the window. They find May, Bastion falls, Blackjack's Immor is used, Blackjack goes down, spear spinning this poor Sigma into the wall. Abaddon is eliminated, and it's just Lucio trying to hang on for a few moments, and Lucio as well will be sent to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, this corner here is going to be pretty deadly, especially if used correctly here. Now they're going for a pretty close to ult. They're going to back off quite a little bit here. These less of the 5 stack inside of RIT shows up. The Tigers are going to advance. They do have Blizzard available then, which can push the side of Blinn off these crucial choke points. There's Flux used as well as artillery. They're using a lot of Qs to try and win this fight. Beat gets used as well, but on a Blizzard, as a one Artemis Rain would point out, isn't exactly the perfect scenario for it to be used. And this is going to be RIT pretty quickly cleaning up, and they should be able to catch second point with no resistance. Let me point out, the reason why Colin says this is because my coach has told me time and time again, if a Lucio, and I play Lucio, if you beat a Blizzard to save your team that is stuck in the Blizzard, a puppy is crying. Because your team's not going to live. They just pick one person at a time and they delete them. And they can delete them very fast before people turn to look at someone. If your team is not stuck in it, you amp feet away and then you beat to, secure the fight, if need be. Corner could be another vital piece for the side of Blinn to hold it. They will have 2 ultimates available for them. The side of RIT will have to sink the counter. The end window, which are pretty crucial. There's Terror Surge, as well as a really good wall that blocks quite a bit off, but it doesn't matter when you get deleted that quickly, even in that ultimate fortified state. That is impressive to be deleted that quickly, and the rest of Blinn College is going to go down here, and they did not have to use a single ultimate to counter what was 2 of them. I think just only 1 was used. I believe it was only Terror Surge that was committed. We do have McNoodle coming in ready with another Blizzard. Blackjack is going to use Amplification Matrix early. Storm's Eye manages to commit the beat. Was almost eliminated, and everyone else manages to survive. But as I say that, Frost will fall. Easel will also be eliminated. It's Sky Sniper coming in with the overclock on Sojourn, trying to now pick up Sigma. Sigma has May use wall. Rock is committed, but Orisa wasn't fortify. Everyone else is going to back off, disengage. Blinn College reclaim the high ground, get their bearings about them. Frost is coming up on artillery strike. Easel is also coming up on another. Blizzard will have Gravitic Flux as well, but Ghost has no beat in sight. And here is the Bastion ult committed with the Gravitic Flux, and Ghost is the target, and Ghost is now truly a Ghost. Ghost just kind of unfortunately ran right into that, whether that was big brain thinking or a stroke of karma that somehow bit you back. Starts to go down that way, and now they're just hunting down Hutch here, down to the last bit of the white health bar. Sky Sniper goes down there trying to stall. Here goes that Blizzard, forcing Ghost back into this corner piece. The grenade hits but doesn't kill, but there's a bit of a boost. Ball was used as well. They're going to try and stagger this as much as they possibly can. Sitting only under 3 meters away. This could be a possibility to turn it around. They've gotten 2, now 3. Looking to catch the 4th. The tank is going to go down, and they
hold it out there. For sure going to push this under a minute, which gives them a little bit better breathing room, so to speak.
McNoodle coming after Bastion with a May primary fire was so funny considering Frost is getting frosted by McNoodle and was scared out of their mind. Landmines coming online for Orca. Be massive if used early on or to lock down an entire corridors. We have a small a backrooms rotation for Rochester, trying to get an optimal position, possibly to use Blackjack's ultimate. They're trying to flip the point, put themselves in defender's position. But you can look at the defense, they're kind of reading it like a book. They're like, just LOS them. If they don't touch point, we don't have to. We're good. And Orca's gonna rush through, use the landmine. Sky Sniper gets eliminated. And it looks like Ghost will also fall, as does Blackjack, and a little bad piece on bad piece aggression from Hutch. Blizzard's committed to get booped off into the pit to join the remainder of the unfortunate Omnics down there in this factory. As Frost and Abaddon will get eliminated, followed there by Easel. We have 7 seconds remaining. No one has the ability to cut for Rochester. However, they're really close to that final check mark. Parking space might as well be third point.
But now
there is no opportunity for overtime. They have to hold.
The win condition is set, kind of for both teams, honestly. Now, which is almost, maybe that was planned. Maybe almost as a team, you're like, weren't that kind of big brain? Like, you're so confident in your ability to hold a team. You're just like, let's just not get second point, because even if they do manage to get 3, I guess that's super counterintuitive and very dumb for me to talk about. And I'm going to change the subject very quickly here, but it is very impressive that the fact that Blink College was able to close hold twice there. I mean, we saw some solid gameplay come out that RIT, I mean, we saw them hold them very well, and then RIT managed to kind of dog walk the middle section of it, right? They got through what should be some points that are pretty difficult to hold relatively quickly, got through the second half of second point to third point relatively quickly, but Blink College came back with 2 very close holds, and now there's a win condition set in place, and if Blink College plays this right, they take 1-1 in the series.
Honestly, I will always support the idea of, regardless of how confident you are in your gameplay, if you have this opportunity to pick sides, always pick defense first.
5, 4,
but they have to be super confident, right? Like that has to tell them. They were able to do it rather effectively at certain points of it. It's really just going to tell. We actually, okay, so we do see the bubble trying to go for the opening pick, not able to get it, going to swap. We do see a little Mantra come out though, and go back to the throw drone here. Pretty much the same composition we've always seen, except the swap here. Which honestly, I kind of like this here, because that shield's not going to do much when my punches go through things like that.
While I agree with what you're saying, my only concern is Ramatra's not in the healthiest place currently, and already Immortality is forced, Big Boy form from Ram is forced, Ram is going to be eliminated, McNoodle will also be eliminated. I understand that Annihilation seems very strong to a lot of players, but in reality, it's blocked by shield, it's blocked by wall, they have a Lucio to disengage with speed. They have a lot of utility at their disposal to circumvent that ultimate. And we do see Orca realize, okay, they're gonna wall me off and blow me up just like you would with a JQ. I'm just gonna go battle cattle.
Yep. The sustain the survivability there, even though sort of taking some hits on the cooldown timing of that, it's still really strong when you can time it pretty correctly there. There's the wall goes out as well. Traffic 2 goes down. Shield is now completely obliterated, but there's a shatter.
The 180 shatter!
Flick of the wrist. Gonna find 1, now 2, but they're gonna get, actually not gonna get a trade for it at all. Now they're finally gonna get a trade. Storm's Eye is gonna pick up the tank though. Hutch is going to attempt to get away. Is able to do it. Soul, just taking the high ground here. They're currently holding pretty well, but we saw the same from Blink College as well. They held, and then it wasn't until third push that we saw RIT take the point. So right now, I'd say we can still keep it to a pretty apples and apples comparison.
Window, wall. One was slightly better, but unfortunately, Easel, despite the great May wall, it did get deleted after taking a spear to the face. We have Ghost also get eliminated. Bastion It's going to be Frost committing the artillery strike. Didn't pick anything up, but a fire strike on McNoodle will send them to the Shadow Realm with the rest of their team. Immortality's on both sides committed. Beat is committed from Lucio. Not positive if it was necessary, but sure as heck going to make sure the cleanup crew comes in. Bruins are out if you are Rochester right now. Looking to bring the dustpan in very soon as there's just a Sojourn and Lucio left around point.
Frost is still so deadly with that regular primary fire. The entire time, like, Hutch was feeling the pressure during all of that. And it's kind of the way we're seeing the cookie crumble right now. Onto their fourth push. A little bit longer here, but as long as they get first point, there's still hope alive. So don't try to count them out of the fight yet. But the way RIT is playing is pretty effectively. Really has yet to find a way to beat this competition. There goes out the Creative Blizzard. Both walls going to LOS a bit. Sky Sniper swapping to the Bastion. If you can't beat them, join them. And all of a sudden they get 3. And they're going to quickly cap point Immortality, but some staggers here would be brutal. They're going to find 1.
Sky Sniper, I support the Bastion swap. There was not a massive stagger placed onto anyone from defense on Rochester IT, so pushing too far forward, trying to claim around Bookstore can be deadly. You can see all 5 people are there, but they need to not give up all this space to a brawl composition that's looking to get in front of, get right up against your face and make you want to scream and turn and run away. And they disengage just in time as the point unlocked, but Reinhardt's going to walk through Archway for free, and this is, again, where the brawl comp gets scary. There's a spam rush. They need a little bit of extra space to do things, and it looks like they're going to try and sneakily wrap around to deal with the brawl comp that they're going up against.
Bit of a trade. Now attackers become defenders, defenders become attackers here. Artillery is available. There goes that Shatter as well. Not going to find anything. Orca, good wall, but it actually catapults Frost over with his own grenade, but they're still going to find the cleanup crew. A good artillery's going to find 2, but I don't think it really matters because the rest of them survive, and it only takes 1 to push payload, and now they're pushing it pretty fast with 3.
It was so intriguing because I believe it was just Ghost for Blinn left on point. And pretty standard for a Lucio. You get to be resident shopper and pick up energy drinks for the rest of your team. We saw everyone else sneak their way around to the opposite side, and I think I saw Ghost. I'm pretty sure it was Ghost. It might have been Storm's Eye. One of the Lucios got deleted, and it's just in that moment, it was kind of like, yeah, that's just how it is.
I think both of them got deleted at the start of the fight.
Yeah. The Lucio's the one people want to eliminate first. You don't want to be the first. Frost?
What?
How?
The tech, the hidden tech, every Bastion player clip that and practice it because, wow, that was kind of nasty.
Or watch Pluto OW1 too. Shameless plug for my homie.
Shameless plug. But what's not shameless right now is Blinn kind of handling the situation well as they're cleaning up quickly. They got first point, and they did not stop the W key. They're going to get the second one here, get some bit of time on the clock.
Orisa definitely does not have a W key currently. Baptiste is probably crying, saying, you're 2 corners in front, I can't see you, line of sight, and the Orisa's like, that's my job. I'm not line of sighting you, am I doing my job right as a tank? But Orca definitely did what a tank is supposed to do, despite the amount of suffering they endure in the moment of making space and claiming space.
He's on the side of Blinn College, 98, 75, 27, 90. 14. They're going to have 3 ults available to them, but on the side of RIT, they're going to have basically 3 to their name as well. It's a matter of, once again, who uses them first. Wall is used, which should have blocked off 4 trades. Now trying to punish. There goes out Blizzard from the side of RIT, trying to find Orca. Is able to do it. Now on to McNoodle. As Blinn College in full retreat there. Going to go back to spawn door.
Mail was the only thing committed from Rochester. They're going to be coming up with Artillery Strike, Beak, Gravitic Flux, all ready to go by the time this fight gets into full swing. Hutch has Ant Matrix, commits it early. Blackjack is a little behind as far as Ant Matrix charge goes, but they can disengage. They claim this entire lane, but that lane is so short that if we have the enemy BAP, yeah, if Hutch hits the Amplification Matrix now, it can lock down 2 corners, and the Mail's also committed from McNoodle. McNoodle gets deleted. And we also see Storm's Eye decide to pop the Beat to try and help keep the rest of the team alive. It works out well, but Storm's Eye ends up getting eliminated, as does Blackjack. Both supports gone currently for Rochester, and the rest of the team soon to follow.
As I say, Hutch does not care limiting Cross, but there's SO getting Hutch as well. Now down to 1:15, and counting down as well. So, but they will have Sky Sniper back in storage room here, back to overclock. They should have Beat also available, but Rochester will have window artillery. And probably Blizzard going into the next fight as well, which just recently got used, not just 2 fights ago.
We're in last fight territory, and Frost recognizes they need to catch people out in rotation, commits the artillery strike. Don't even see an immortality committed, and just forced out make Cryo Freeze. Sniper is now going to have the opportunity to use Overclock, but McNoodle does get eliminated. The Sky Sniper drops down to half health. Diesel will find a javelin to the face. Immortality's poured just around the corner, as well as hands from Abaddon. Diesel will be able to rush back in with Blizzard if necessary to help out the team as Frost gets eliminated by Sky Sniper, who hasn't even hit Overclock yet.
Probably looking to take this high ground, possibly use it. Falls off high ground accidentally here. Down to 15 seconds here. Orca doesn't care. It's a bit of a bait almost at the wall. Almost, oh, we're safe. Never mind, you're not. There's window. Weren't able to get past it just in quite enough time. Overclock used as well. Frost is going to pick up one. McNoodle to get one as well. There's Frost getting a second to boot. Wall goes out as well. Luso trying to cause some chaos. There's only 2 left on point. They're mere meters away from catching the W, but they simply don't have the bodies to do it. As the wheels bashing comes down, but there's the ball commit as well. This is where they turned it around last time in terms of the match. There it goes down McNoodle, a pretty key point of it. SOL gets one as well, and some tank. This should be the wrap-up.
Tracer recall force. Passion will commit the turret form. Lucio will get deleted. Honestly, when we were running up to that last couple of moments, and Lucio, as you said, was creating chaos on point, I knew what they were doing. They were trying to buy as much time as possible because Abaddon was 99% on Graphitic Flux. That was their win condition. Try to Sig-9 them off the point. Granted, didn't Sig-9 the point because other people managed to touch shortly thereafter. That definitely helped flip things more in their favor. And take a look at another May play of the game.
Not from the opposing side as well. It's just May. It's just May things, honestly. Blizzard is just kind of the winning condition at this point. It was just, you just charge up, you use it, you win. That's kind of just how it works. I feel like there's more situations we've seen Blizzard win than Blizzard get countered, and like the team effectively able to get out of it. And it's just, it's such a wide range of effect. Honestly, it's a big ult, it's a devastating ult, and it's just kind of, it's like when Annihilation was like originally brought in with Ramatra, just
where it was almost endless.
Yeah, it was just, it almost feels like you can't get away from it. It's always watching.
Okay, well, I don't know if Colin meant to throw shade at May players or anything there, but I sure as heck hope he
I'm not sure.
didn't.
I'm not throwing shade because hey, anything that gets me a dub in rank 2, I'm all for it.
Okay, that's valid. May is very deadly, and I know there's a lot of people who hate May. I personally love having a great May on my team, but whenever I see a May wall off my own tank, when I'm support, I'm crying. Yeah. Thankfully, I did only see that happen once, and it did unfortunately happen to, I believe, Hutch, but Hutch had a second route to retreat with the rest of his team here on Kings Row, so that was pretty nice. And we are going to be moving on to Flashpoint for our next map. Of course, it's down, there's only 2 maps to pick from. It's New Junk City or it's Cervasa, considering the comps we've seen, most likely going to see Cervasa.
More than likely, yeah. I just, like we sort of talked about before, there's a lot of open space and territory for the side of the, not OG, I guess, but yeah. It's just the second option here, which honestly I'm not even counting.
We're right, by the way.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, it's Cervasa. So there's just, there's no other point to even discuss it, honestly. There's just, we've seen the pretty standard here so far. I mean, besides Arctic's a little out of the norm. We have seen it occur a lot more frequently in NACE in the regular season.
It was a pleasant surprise.
It was a pleasant surprise. Hybrid did go a bit farther. See 3-2 there. But RIT is just so effective right now in their comp. They just, what has to change for Blinn College? We saw the Bastion come out, and when they brought up the Bastion, it went relatively well for them until it stopped working for them, which they quickly went back to the Sojourn. But even then, they didn't get a mile or an inch. They got almost nothing. They had to fight tooth and nail for every meter they got.
To be fair, they lost a chunk of time running out on Ramatra. And yes, Ram did recently get changes with respect to his Nemesis form as well as his shield, so it's a little bit easier to alternate those two without being caught without a cooldown, as long as you don't hit them both at the same time. But Ramatra, in the current state of the game, is not, at least in my opinion, in a healthy spot. You play Ram, you are going to get deleted. Yes, you have block, but block is not going to be enough. You have a Lucio Baptiste staring at you. They're going to do as much as they can. They're going to try pump heals at you, but theoretically, walking out on the wrong comp on any formulation of a control point, and whether it be hybrid, slash point, or actual King of the Hill control. Losing first fight, having the wrong comp, is so detrimental. It's 45 seconds off the clock. So you just can't do that. And we are going to be looking at, looks like Rochester has swapped over to Jotes. I am here for it. I love me some Jotes. However, there's a Mei on the enemy team from Blinn, and they should be well aware of this at this point. So Abdon has to play carefully and not get walled off, which is exactly what we saw happen to Ramatra for Blinn first attack on King Ro. The goal is exactly the same thing for the win condition against that tank. You wall them off, you blow them up.
They managed to avoid the first time around. That's what gets a pick, but gonna go down for it. Sky Cyber is also gonna pick up Zorn's Eye. There's DPS and your main support gone. But they still don't make their way into point here. RIT's been able to hold them off at this choke point right now as they quickly continue to go up in point percentage. They got it first, and that's honestly so important in Flashpoint. I mean, it's important in most of these game modes, but I feel like it's especially emphasized how critical it is to get point first. And when you start stalling like this at a choke point, it really just sort of starts sounding devastation, but McNeil's gonna find one. That's Curie down, that's a cleanse gone for you to find the second, that's your tank, and they should be taking point here pretty quickly.
I'm not good at the quick math conversion here, but we'll round up Rochester to 60% to make it easier on me. So they've got 40% left to cap. It's 1.8% per second. So
near double.
Yeah.
Which is on, yeah, which is just really fast.
We've got Blade, we have Overclock, Beats, Kitsune Rush, all almost ready for Rochester, and they've got a composition that when their sustainabilities are rotated well, they live for a very long time. Shout's committed first. Blade is used to release some pressure off of the tank to allow Lucio to continue to heal up tank. Hutch is going to be eliminated. Easel with a 3-peat. That's beautiful.
And there's Adon to get one as well. Thank you. They quickly get back point. Lynn was able to get all the way to 60 here, but by the time they get everybody alive, get back to point, attempt to find an opening. I mean, they may be able to get a touch here. If they absolutely just blitz into this point, they will get a touch, but that sort of leaves you vulnerable to being picked off on the rotation, so it could be deadly, but they managed to do it pretty effectively and coordinate well. They will have Blizzard as well as Artillery Strike available for them. There goes out Blizzard. Beat was used inside of RIT. Hutch goes down. McNeil's down as well. Sky Sniper goes down as the third. Now only 2 remaining. There goes down Orca. Now you only have 1. And yeah, the point is going to go inside of RIT. Lynn was able to get a 66. They were able to put up a decent fight, but ultimately Rochester played the long game. That's sort of what you kind of have to do with these. If you can give up point once you get to like 60, because you know, hey, I have 3-4 ultimates going into this next fight.
The scary but really interesting thing that occurred in that fight was Rochester, the Storm's Eye committed beat to allow the rest of Rochester to claim space and prevent Blinn College from getting what they wanted, which was to fully engage on point. Yes, they yeeted Blizz into the back of the team, but because they were already in beat, they were already pushing forward and spread out, it didn't find nearly as much value as it would normally, as we have McNoodle, as everyone's in these tiny small corridors, attempt to use Artillery Strike to pick up a couple of people, but is unsuccessful. Maywall to split the team. Does not split off the JQ, but it does split off Genji. So Genji gets eliminated. In response, we're going to use Rampage to equalize for Rochester after they lost a DPS and their Kiriko. It's successful because there's nothing to cleanse it. Yeah, you can maybe put up an Inmor, but best of luck with an Immortality when everyone's already antsied anyway.
It only leaves you at, what, that 10-15% health capacity that it does. So once you delete its 100... like 150 HP or 125. Didn't recently get put down? Pretty sure. I think it recently got put down again. So yeah, that's also a small little nerf there. I like how it's pretty consistent with every team on Savasa. That window, wow, what an absolute delete on the side of Frost there.
Look at the assist too.
Opening pick. Yeah, the amount 3 assists. Air Surge is also available here. Gonna find another. Numbers right now. Then wall off. Yep, just delete town to the side of Rochester IT. What I was saying, though, is I love how every team pretty consistently takes first fight high ground, and point will be open for maybe like 10 seconds, and we don't cap it. Or I feel like if Rochester would have left somebody down there maybe, or like snuck behind, they might have been at like 80%, but it really doesn't matter because once again, like they did in first point, they just played their time so well. They have ults going into this. They're going to have effectively 4 compared to Blinn. 4 as well. Beats committed pretty early, going to save Hutch. Immortality's used as well. There's gets used. There's overclock. Gets walled off. We're going to reposition. Not able to find some heads yet. College's doing a good job of evading most of the ultimates. Wow, a blistering headshot's going to take out Frost.
Okay, so before we went into this map, you asked what I thought Blinn College needed to change in order to overcome the difficulty that is Rochester's just raw output of damage and capitalization of their advantages they're taking. Well, Rochester decided to roll out onto Jotes, which massive amount of sustain and mobility that comes from a Jotes composition. So the fight before this one, we saw multiple eliminations that had 2 and 3 assists on them. When you're playing against a comp with this much of sustain, it is paramount that you force cooldowns and everyone is looking at a target. And everyone needs to be looking at the same target to blow them up. Otherwise, the sustain is what's going to turn things around in Rochester's favor. They want to have that a little bit of a longer fight. They want to force the Bastion cooldowns early and then egress into the enemy team's space, as we have Blinn trying to make space currently, using another artillery strike early to intro into the fight. And we have Rampage committed from Abaddon. It does anti the Mei, but Mei's going to use Cryo 3 to circumvent that damage as well as being antied. Has Blizzard online. Orca almost has Terror Surge, but McDoodle and Orca are both going to get eliminated. We're at 99-99. Blade, is it going to be the little extra nudge that Rochester needs to take a second point? Looks like Abaddon will be eliminated. It is 3v1 with just Mei and Baptiste. Actually, yeah, there's a Bap over there, so it's 3v2 for a moment, but Bap gets eliminated. And with that, that's the second point going over to Rochester IT.
Flashpoint, Temple.
Yeah, even that sustain exactly. It's playing out well for them because even though they always manage to capture point first, they lose it, but they get up to like 60-70% by the time of it. So they're able to do it, and we've seen Blinn College do the strategy that they're talking about, of where we're all focusing one target, we're calling out one person, and we're walling off the tank, we're walling off somebody, and we're taking them down, and we're all going to absolutely destroy the person in front of our screens. But we haven't seen it enough to effectively counter RIT's decision. They're going to rotate the high ground here. They are going to have a couple to bail for them, just 2 as well as Beat here. Rochester IT will have overclock available here pretty quickly, but not going to be able to use it when you're back to the respawn. They should effectively cap point here. Yep, they're going to find 2 more off of that. So yep, they will get point first. Everyone else is just going to reset off of it. And this is the first time we see Blinn College take the point first. It's a little late. You're down 2, but we have seen reverse sweeps on Flashpoint before.
It also only required Hutch to set up that window in a location where they could lock down 2 different alleys of access onto the objective. It was a powerful ultimate to use once they recognized there's cooldowns depleted for Rochester. We have Rochester now going to commit Frost's overclock. Spear Spin is used by Orca to circumvent the damage. We also see that Beat is almost online for Rochester, but Beat from Ghost is committed to allow them to engage, take the space back. Terror Surge is used. Hutch will be eliminated, so losing your support, one of your supports, means you've got to find a quick deletion of somebody. Unfortunately, the deletion is going to be Ghost, so both supports are gone. McNoodle's also going to be eliminated, and Mei will wall people off of points. Still managed to make it back on. That's Blinn College. 83% here on the third objective, but Rochester's finally starting to get percentage points on this one. Technically, they don't need to win it. It is first to 3 out of all of the control points in Flashpoint. We could be looking at a strategic, let's cap the point as much as possible, but look to really play for the next one in a sense of we're going to force all of their ultimates, make them fully commit to the last fight here, and then go to the next checkpoint with an ult advantage. But it looks like we're going to engage from Easel with this Blade. We'll find Hutch first and get eliminated by Bastion shortly thereafter, but Abaddon has avenged their teammate, taking down McNoodle.
Back now, you're being absolutely targeted. They go down here. Abaddon's the only one left. Orca's low. Now all that's left is a little support, but Lucio might be able to run some circles, but now you got the support of a DPS to back you up, and that's going to be RIT. maintaining control of the point as they now officially pass Blinn College when it comes to point percentage. We do see the swap, 2 speed swaps that are hopefully going to get Blinn College back into this fight. Lucio goes, makes a bit of an early touch, going to pay the price for it though. Now they're hunting down Hutch. There goes down Hutch, and now it's just stagger after stagger. Doomfist gets super low. Gets a bit of the overhealth, but not going to be enough. This is going to be going to RIT for game and match points. That's going to be the best of 5, or 3 to the best of 5. It's going to be RIT moving on. Playoff.
Congratulations, RIT. But we're going to take a quick look at the play of the game. It's going to be Abaddon. I think this is that Rampage we saw on Coastline. Yes, in response to losing a couple of their teammates, Rampage comes through and plays cleanup crew. Multiple people get antied. And with that, Rochester is our champions for our first Overwatch game of the evening. Do you have any strong opinions about this one or neutral ones?
Pretty neutral ones. I'll hold the same ones as you, where I feel like they could have found a different way. I think RIT played better today, especially on a couple of the maps. I think Antarctic could have gone either way with the way those teams played, and it shook down the way that it shook down. But I think in both Servasa and Kings Row, it really turned out to be RIT to be the better team. And we saw 2 separate compositions come out from them in these 3 maps. So the flexibility that they have, I really like to see it. And they move on. Unfortunately for side of Blinn, they go back down, and that's the end of it for their running streak here. But like we sort of covered yesterday, it's not, you're pretty close to the next season. So no super hard feelings. If anything, this should fuel the fire.
Okay, well, that's Colin looking on the bright side of things, and we can take a look at the top 5 plays of the game, which are going to be brought to us by Mavix Gaming Chairs. Make sure you feel the difference. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back here with some more Overwatch action in just a little bit. We'll see you soon.
Trend that honestly I like to see, because this whole entire as well, but there goes down McNoodle. That was really well executed. Maywall, but there goes out Flux. Could find some people, but Immortality's used. There goes 1. There goes out 2. There goes 3. Wow.
Immortality feels was instantaneous. Just near the end of it, ends up taking half their health pool away. And then we have the Maze drop Blizzard down on point, but unfortunately Bastion as well as May are eliminated. Orca gets eliminated. Blackjack goes down to Hutch. Sky Sniper will find the Storm's Eye. Tracer's recall for Sky Sniper is going to be forced, but Abaddon gets eliminated, and it looks like at 99. And if they hold this bookstore right here, yep, there it is. It is extremely difficult to circumvent and deal with, so they're just going to use the Terror Surge in conjunction with the window. They find May, Bastion falls, Blackjack's in more is used, Blackjack goes down, spear spinning this poor Sigma into the wall. Abaddon is eliminated, and it's just Leo with the Brawl comp that they're going up against.
Bit of a trade. Now attackers become defenders, defenders become attackers here. Artillery is available. There goes that Shatter as well. Not going to find anything. Orca, good wall, but it actually catapults Frost over with his own grenade, but they're still going to find the cleanup crew. A good artillery's going to find 2.
And they've got a composition that when their sustainabilities are rotated well, they live for a very long time. Shout's committed first. Blade is used to release some pressure off of the tank to allow Lucio to continue to heal up tank. Hutch is going to be eliminated. Easel with a 3-peat. That's beautiful.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future 2nd Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
Turn the light, tell me what you say. Turn the light, turn the light, tell me what you say. Turn the light, tell me what you say.
back to the NACE Star League studio. You are watching our coverage of multiple game titles playoffs kick off this week. We started out with League of Legends, and we transitioned into Overwatch with our last series, and we're going to finish out the night with more Overwatch. I'm still your host, Artemis Rain, joined by KhazixMayJump. And so, after that last match, what are your thoughts overall regarding what control point we might see for this first one?
You know, the better part of me wants to say Busan. I would like to see Busan because then it's a good amount of variety. I also personally like it. I think it's a refreshing map. I like the mecha ideal. I also like Shrine a lot. Shrine's probably one of my favorite maps, sub maps in the entirety of the game. But I feel like it's going to be Lijiang. It's just some gut feelings telling me it's going to be Lijiang because it's just playoffs. It's just teams are going to go with what's the tried and true, so to speak, of what everyone's sort of used to.
All right, well, we have a schedule of maps, so to speak, but we can also take a quick look at the actual schedule we had for this evening thus far. We started out with Harrisburg taking on Michigan Tech. Harrisburg won. This was League of Legends, by the way, in a 2-0 sweep. And then we had just now Blinn College take on Rochester, and Rochester ended up being victorious in a 3-0 sweep for that best of 5. We're going to close out this evening with Overwatch. It's going to be St. Clair going up against Northeastern. And of course, this is going to be a best of 5 starting out on control. We've requested for a Busan, but will we see a Busan? Who knows? Perhaps one of the Northeastern players, whether it be Squeak, Crime, Noxus, Red-X. Actually, no. I'm going to finish out reading this. This is St. Clair's side that I was reading. Forgive me. It's Frisco, Shashi, Hedwig, Scoop, and Quap for Northeastern. And then, yes, it's Razor, Red-X, Noxious, Crime, and Squeak for St. Clair. Perhaps somebody between all of those 10 names I just read off will also request Busan, and everyone will be like, sounds like a good idea.
It only takes one, please. It only takes one.
Well, obviously, my one is not enough. It takes 2. It takes me, 3, because me, you, and then one person from a team.
It does. It really does. And all you got to do is just bully your IGL. Like
there you go.
Off screen, just like bully your IGL and be like, look, I'll take you out to dinner. I'll do something. Like, please, just let me pick a map.
Busan.
Let me pick a map, please. And I'll repay the favor. Probably not though.
Well,
I'm just praying.
All I know is that some of these support players, I'm not going to call out names, but when information is requested of them, they like to say it's a secret. So if one of the supports for St. Clair is asked what map they would like by their IGN, the odds are it's going to be it's a secret. And if you get it wrong, well, you're going to end up with angry supports.
You got to respect the integrity, though. You got to respect that this is my morals, these are my grounds, and I'm going to live on it.
Colin's face when he got to turn and look at our LCD screen here, I'm not sure if this is a surprise look of joy or just confusion, but I do know that Oasis is a map enjoyed by St. Clair, so if this was their pick, I'm not surprised.
If I'm going to be honest with you, I forgot I was a map pool.
You forgot Oasis was a map pool?
I forgot it was in the map pool for a second here, so I'm just genuinely delighted to see it.
With that being said, I will also highlight that Antarctica and Oasis, both of these maps got pulled out at the same time in the map pool at one point because the jump pads, for some reason, broke. So the jump pad that is on City Center, as well as the one that is on Labs, just didn't work. You could walk on it and just, where's my verticality?
You know what, that is actually, I love that. And on the new map, too, I will just say on the new one, there's that, I forget the sub-map's name, but there's that jump pad right in the middle of the point. And I'm so excited to see that competitive play, because I have a feeling you can genuinely do some interesting ones. This is the volcanic one. I forget the...
Samoa? Are you talking about Samoa?
Samoa,
You're talking about Volcano?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I am the crazy Zenyatta that will not be on it for a moment, but is underground, and then we'll walk back onto it and be like, hello, Discord.
The environmentals you could get there is absolutely potential. As we get right into the match here really quickly, Northeastern going to secure the high ground. St. Clair going to go for low. Taking a look at the team comps here, we see a bit of the Jotes that we saw last time around on Northeastern, whereas St. Clair going with a bit of poke. We also saw a brief spectacle of this comp last match as well that St. Clair is rocking right now. Currently they're the ones to capture point. Watching Hedwig to attempt to get a pick. Nobody quite getting anything yet, just a lot of poke. Nobody's getting anyway, honestly, just even health bars getting low. Okay, there we see Frisco getting pretty low. Frisco's eliminated, and just a boot, there's 2 more to get it. not able to get a whole lot of trades here from the side of Northeastern. They are going to effectively lose this fight. Hedwig is going to play for some time, get a stagger, attempt to get one of their own, not able to quite do it. That is going to be the rest of them down for this side of Northeastern, and St. Clair is going to securely secure the point.
And we have St. Clair pushing forward to try and just make everyone from Northeastern fight to claim back the space outside of their own spawn. No touch the spawn door challenge was completed, which is honestly great as we have the amplification matrix from St. Clair committed as everyone was corralled over towards middle pillar. Immortality is going to be used. We see Kiriko, Sojourn, Lucio all go down. Genji was the first to be eliminated for Northeastern. That's a full reset for the Huskies.
Now, still pretty much kind of close hold here, almost a semi-close hold. I feel like this choke point hold. So we see Squeak pretty far up here, taking cover behind Car. Now a little bit of retreat, trying to cover back for their Lucio. Shield here. Not quite a hard engage yet for either side. There goes that rock, is going to find one. Now you're in the way of the Cars. Who's going to be able to avoid it? Gets one in the flux, not able to find the elimination, but does end up getting it on the second trick down. Beat is also fitted as well. Oh, and an absolute shutdown of JQ's. Oh, I believe it got one person. It did, but not able to capitalize on it 100%. Yep, there goes out Hands. Now still trying to find somebody. That could be an elimination right there. It is going to be Genji's quick back in this fight. Now trying to capitalize on the Curie and not able to quite do that yet. Yep, there goes down Squash. And St. Clair is going to maintain control of the point. Timing above 8% right now. Northeastern is going to have 2 ults available for them. That was quite the scrappy fight in that narrow corridor.
The only ult online for St. Clair is going to be from Sox. We have Hedwig and Sashi coming up with both DPS ultimates. Overclock plus Blade. I mean, you can force out Immortality with one and then force out cooldowns in that instance. We do see Hands is used. Blade from Sashi is the first committed. Red X, Sox both tumble. They theoretically don't need another ultimate to clean this up the rest of the way if supports are gone. Razor is also going to be eliminated. Yeah, one ultimate fight win, Sashi, nicely done, but now you're 0-99. You're starting to gain percentage back, and you need to take a page out of St. Clair's book, push forward, claim this corridor space. Their spam, so the more space between you and them, the better off their comp runs.
Hedwig going for a bit of the sneaky flank here. Really big on the emphasis of sneaky. The scoop kind of gives them away a little bit, firing in their direction here. Overclock is committed. They're going to find Crime, though. Getting a lot of damage off, but no eliminations quite yet. They are completely behind the enemy team right now. There's a second as well as Immortality, but it doesn't matter quite yet. They're fighting in this corridor. There, Lucio's real low. Is able to be able to sneak away. Recover some health on the way back, and as we make their full retreat, it's not super important. Whereas that their flux committed as well. They're right back into the fight right here. They are going to have JQ's ultimate to work with. Give up a bit of space here in this corridor, but they're pretty literally onto it. They see the rotation now. They're going to identify Rockets used well. There's Window trying to cleanse some space. It gets used, a good use of the environment to stop your progress. Beat was used as well, but when you're anti like this, you're going to lose a lot of health, and both sides are going to trade some picks.
I think Frisco got either like a double or a triple axe reset. That was insane on the rampage, but 24 health and a dream, crying a little bit, hoping that a support will come to help you. But a moment too late, takes a rock to the face. However, Sashi got the revenge, managed to eliminate the Sigma. The one thing I will say is that Frisco, even this is if Lucio's don't go back to play Taxi. Frisco will get back before Squeak, which can be huge. Your front line will be there, whereas St. Clair will not have a front line. Razor does have Blade online, but scoop 3% off of Beat. Most likely will be able to counter Blade, even if it's needed, considering Sox can shift Immortality, Soj can slide. Well, sorry, D-Hawk can Suzu and Swift Step or run away. Red X will be the first one to be eliminated. Sox thereafter doing a fantastic job. Northeastern right now is going for that back line, getting the eliminations early. We have Hedwig and Razor both get eliminated, so one DPS down for both sides, but St. Clair, it is just Crime and Squeak alive, and they are praying to the Overwatch gods they make it through. Crime, unfortunately, will be punished for their crimes against the enemy team, sent back to the spawn. Squeak shortly thereafter will follow. Red X did a rollout, makes it to point for a touch, but that is 99-100. Northeastern taking City Center.
complete mic drop there. I mean, we both were sort of looking at that 99 to 0% and going, you got an uphill battle to go against right now. I mean, it is not going to be easy, but they've won several fights in a row. And I mean, to me, that just displays a level of I am better, because, and I was honestly really surprised at the use of beat ready there, because what was going to follow next? It was going to be the Blade, but they got 2 picks before Blade even came out, which immediately gave them the favor. Blade only got 1 back, and then the Knight came out of nowhere of a dashing away Genji and got the pick. It was absolutely insane, and I 100% believe that W goes to Eastern. Wow, I did not know that was a thing.
You didn't know there was a classroom in there? I literally learned that last night, but we can actually learn about how these teams are going to perform here on University themselves, who's going to send one team back to the bus and send them home for the day, and who is actually here to pass their exam that the teacher decided to drop. With that in mind, we have the exact same comps on both sides, with the caveat of Razor choosing to not stay on the Genji that we did see the swap to midway through City Center, instead going with the Mei to try and wall off the JQ and Eliminator, but instead the wall is used, Disruption Field in response, Cryo Force, as well as Immortality. Not a good sign, but St. Clair baited the rest of Northeastern inside of them and managed to find 3, and then thereafter will eliminate Hedwig. Everyone from Northeastern is in spawn.
Hello. What's up? Kind of repeat of the first time we saw this matchup happen. First here, but if anything, Northeastern, if I can go off of what was last point, they're definitely a second half team. They did not get winded here. They have to find a way through the space being given up by St. Clair right now. Feeling this Mei will be able to shut down, or hopefully shut down JQ relatively effectively. Deflect also gets used as well. This Mei trying to control this little side room. It can be dangerous being caught in there in rotation. JQ a little bit caught off guard. Rock's not going to be committed as well. There's a massive pick on Razor right there. That gives the cue for the rest of the team to go in, and I have no idea who just crossed the screen right there that took a rock to the face.
You sure it was Genji?
I think it was.
But he fell onto a Mega Pack, so it was okay.
It was solid, and now they're just going to continue to fight out, turning really scrappy here. Weak managed to stay alive. Deciding Northeastern, they have yet to claim the point back, and it's honestly been a really good job by St. Clair to stay alive and just continue this tick counter here. And they managed to get 2 to follow up. I'd almost say don't commit an ult, but it doesn't matter when you just win the reversal like that. What turned into such a spread out fight turned into St. Clair's favor real quick.
Squeak was in the corner from where Crime is standing right now, right side, with shield up, borderline close to breaking, half health, waiting for Bap to get back, and no one was looking at Squeak.
Yep.
It happens.
It was kind of a Hail Mary pass that ended up working out for Squeak.
Ultimate's charged. Let's move.
Now you have Overclock available inside of St. Clair, as well as Blizzard, as well as Beat, as well as Window, where Northeastern has Beat, will have Blade, will have Overclock, and will have JQ's Rampage. It does get committed here. Beat gets used in response. A lot of purple there, but yeah, Blizzard's going to find you, and you're not going to be able to run away from it. And that's a entire team killing. 5-man shutdown. That's going to be St. Clair not losing this time around.
We are down to our final map. It's going to be Gardens.
Score.
Both of these comps theoretically can work, but it really depends on your pathing as well as understanding your win condition versus the enemy team's win condition. But we can take a quick look at this final fight. We heard Window get procced instantaneously by Sox as soon as people crossed into this threshold. The wall came out to force the JQ to either get eliminated or commit the ultimate. She committed the ult. Immortality was used. Beats on both sides. And then the Mail really was the final nail in the coffin for Northeastern.
Really, but don't really play. And honestly, like you said, I don't think we're going to see any difference in these team comps, as I'm pretty sure from what I can see right there. Saw the Sig, saw the Genji, saw the Bap. I saw the Mei there. I'm not entirely sure here. Look at the beautiful semi-city skyline. I wouldn't really call it a skyline quite yet. It's industrial. Still, I think it's really here. But getting quickly back into the match here. Ooh, there is Frisco getting caught out. Going to use Immortality as well. Going to cover the health as we're here really low. They're now trying to pick here for the rotation mid-top. One's going to lock quickly here in the first 2 seconds. Nobody's trying to pick quite yet. As you see, St. Clair holding onto this high ground here and doing it pretty well. They are going to commit to the drop. Finally, there goes out Shout. Squeak's going to find Sashi though. Wall's going to try and block up a couple. This JQ is getting absolutely bullied. and everyone else is going to follow JQ back to the spawn doors. And there's the melee to finish off Scoop. And Claire, take first point again.
The high ground control is always paramount for most points. If you're going to be playing these Jotes comp, if you don't beat them to high ground, you have to very hesitantly play that low ground and force them too low, but then you instant amp speed, get off, go to high ground, and then drop down on top of them. That's your only option. But that sort of pathing, when you know there's a lot of spam that can be dropped into a small corridor, it's difficult to pull off.
Being told has a choke point right about here. Not going to go ahead and advance on it though. Rock is going to miss. Frisco is going to be able to walk away, but there's a Curie with no swift step. Caught a little bit out of position here. This could be a pretty big pick, but are they able to get? There it is. There's the final one, but Hegwood finds Crime. Rock trying to get a pre-active strike. Not able to quite find it though. Beat gets used on the side of St. Clair to get some sustain and to stay in this fight right here. Wall gets up. Grants him a bit of space, but not for long as Razor's going to go down. Rock gets used, going to miss, but should be able to find one pick. Is going to be able to do it, but the last one on point actually do have the Lucio there to help, and Flux gets mitted as well. Beat also used mid-air. It's kind of selfishly, but honestly, I like you staying the fight and ended up by Sashi there. Pretty imperative.
It looked as though it was selfish, but Sashi was also in the flux, I believe, because Sashi was the only other person to get beat in that instance. And we are going to see Dragon Blades nearly online for Sashi. Razor does have Blizzard, almost overclock for Crime, and Sox does have Amplification Matrix. Now, Quap has Kitsune Rush, Hedwig almost has the overclock. Most likely won't see those two comboed, but maybe Blade and Kitsune Rush together.
Blade Kitsune Rush could definitely be a combo that ends up seeing. Trying to advance on this window and take the ground. That's been able to give. Trying to find this Fury out of space here. Hedwig to find one on Crime for a second time again. This might just be a full kind of reset. Yeah,
they're chasing Red X right now, who is on the opposite side of the point, just wall riding to freedom. Okay, they stopped chasing. Nope, there he is again.
They're still chasing.
Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
Yeah, they're not going to go for it. They do the smart decision. Not going to chase here, but wow, Hedwig gets really low there. Now walled off. JQ also going to be actually not taken out at all. Blizzard gets used as well, so is Immortality. Sachi's going to find one. Now two. Razor getting bumped off, is not going to be able to help Squeak. Now gets chased down. Wall gets committed. Just really low. Gets moved off the health pack.
Sachi completed touch the spawn door challenge.
Hey, do you get a spray?
No,
you don't. I feel like that. I'm surprised that's not a thing. But that'd be kind of hard to track. What?
You could. It would be like a string, like a variable sensing to see if someone's X and Y coordinates match up with the spawn door.
It could. Get close to the spawn door challenge.
Touch spawn door challenge completed. We have Hedwig managed to pop overclock, is free in space currently, not taking a lot of pressure, but is boxing the rest of St. Clair, forced onto the high ground, who did make a huge swap, by the way. They're copying, almost mirror comp, but Sox is forced on the Brigida as opposed to having the Kiriko. Brig can prevent Genji from finding a whole lot of value from Northeastern and keep Scoop off the back line, but when Sox is eliminated, it can make things a little hairy. Crime will find Hedwig, but we are coming very dangerously close to a beat, and that can be massive for Northeastern, and there it is, the response beat typically are a little stronger. We'll have to see, is the beat second really the name of the game here for Northeastern? Looks like Crime will make the swap over to Tracer, trying to rush back in. They're all looking at this JQ right now, and they find Squeak just before the rampage can be fully completed. Genji uses deflect, hoping to stay alive. Brigida's getting forced off the point. There's 5 online for Northeastern, 4 now. Scoop gets eliminated, and it is just going to be Quap popping the Kitsune Rush and hope that little extra healing boost will allow them to keep the remainder of the team alive. Sox comes in, has Rally online. Raid Boss has appeared, but Raid Boss is trying to force Frisco off the point. Is somewhat successful at 61% and counting for St. Clair.
I honestly, how they managed to turn this around, I'm not quite sure. Razor ends up picking a 3K for it. Hedwig gets 1, but honestly that doesn't really matter too much as a character that can get back relatively quickly as Tracer. But now they hold point. Northeastern will be able to get a touch here. There's absolutely no reason why they're not able to. But Blade is available inside of Razor, but so is Sachi. So quite honestly, whoever does it first and more effectively, they're going to find Scoop. That's the main support down. Blade gets used as well. Going to find 2 with it. Goes down as well, but you already lost 3 here compared to the 1 that St. Clair got. They're now getting to the point where they're going to force this at 200 points. Pulse Bomb gets used as well. Not going to find anything. Frisco gets dangerously low. Now cornered out. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. The fact you managed to push out the 99, and then they go. The sustain they had was kind of insane. I mean, I think what we saw Sashi try to get rid of the Lucio. That was just breaking ankles around that pillar. Like, just was not able to do it. And you would think a spread attack like that would find one. Nope, found nothing out of it. It's really unfortunate, but
it was a Lucio doing Lucio things.
Exactly, and that entire time, actually Red X the entire time was kind of a escape master. They tried tracking Red X down like 3 or 4 times, could not do it. So honestly, thank your fellow Lucio player, because they kind of clutched up in the moment.
Well, with that being said, the Lucio clutch was indeed strong, but we are going to be moving on to hybrid. Whether or not it is going to be Kings Row again, I don't know. It is Northeastern's choice. If I were to take a guess, I would say probably Kings, but Lucios are pretty much strong on any map currently, so it doesn't really matter. If you have solid supports that are comfortable no matter what, then you'll be fine. I actually think we might see Eichenwald, but I don't think you want it per se. If you are Northeastern, I would not suggest choosing Ike, because that means St. Clair's going to pick defense, and they're just going to have Squeak on Sigma. You don't want to go Numbani either. Those 2 maps are really strong for Sigmas. Honestly, Kings might be your best bet. Blizzard World's kind of an option, but not the strongest either.
I don't think we've seen Blizzard World at all yet on Nace. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure at least for as long as I've been on, I haven't seen it Blizzard World be brought up for Nace. I feel like we are going to end up seeing. I was just about to say it. I swear, I was just about to say it. I was about to say we're about to see Eichenwald. I just have this gut feeling that they both sort of used it. I don't really think we're going to see Squeak. I mean, I think we're 100% we're going to see Squeak on Sigma, but I also think we're going to see Northeastern's tank on Sigma as well. I think we're going to see a pretty close mirror comp, and I have a feeling they believe they're confident and they know how to execute it, because we've kind of going back, just like rewinding the clock. There was once a time where I believe you also said the same thing of don't go Eichenwald. The opposing team is strong on Sig, and somehow out of nowhere they pulled it out and proved to be better.
Yes, it was a Zarya who was undeterred by the fact that there was 2 people inside castle. They were still capping the first objective, but instead was high charge, rushed forward into that castle, picked up the staggers, and then everyone just struggled to get a foothold from the defense for first half from that point onward. We'll see, can Northeastern do it again? Is the only way I could pose that question.
They put up a pretty big fight for St. Clair. I mean, that first point was a bit of the anomaly in sense of they got to 99 and then they lost it consecutive fights in a row. Other than that, though, they managed to, in the next 2 points, pretty handily win it. I mean, besides third one, actually. Third was actually an extremely close fight and went to tooth and nail, but I'm going to lean more towards St. Clair because they were an absolute animal in the regular season whenever we saw them on broadcast. They just, there was no contesting them for a lot of reasons, and we are still in the round of 16, so this isn't going to be this shouldn't technically be the hardest team they face, but I also feel for that reason that just, I'm curious as to their seeding, actually, between Northeastern and St. Clair. I imagine St. Clair's higher on the seeding.
They chose to attack first? Okay, St. Clair, I see you. Alrighty then. Show me what you got. You're running the Sigma on attack. Borderline. Again, it's the same comp they used earlier. We have Northeastern again running the same comp they had on Oasis. Razor gets pulled by JQ's knife.
Now being tracked down though, trying to use the shot to get into the fight very quickly. Frisco is going to pick up one, Sashi's going to pick up another. Ice Block is used, but your tank goes down. Crimes will pick up one, but gets tracked down very quickly. And that's the rest of it done and dusted there. I mean, Northeastern, one fight into it, loses first fight, but, you know, like I sort of say, that is first fight. It doesn't really matter. I mean, you lose precious time. You lose very precious time, but if you're confident, we don't see any swaps. So they're confident they can get the job done.
If they're not planning to swap, it's not as bad losing the first fight. It's really bad when you're full swapping your comp because you walked out on a non-optimal one. We do have Socks get eliminated. Okay, Flex support gone, Squeak gone, your front line and back line. Well, front line is deleted. Back line's in shambles. Red X is gone. Yeah.
I think the only one that got out was Crime.
Yikes.
That second fight down. That's 2 minutes officially burned out by the time St. Clair will be able to contest for the third fight around. Northeastern will have basically every ult online, but so will technically St. Clair besides Overclock. But as you've seen before, Blizzard is a strong enough ultimate to sort of solo quite a bit of teams by itself when used correctly. Honestly, just, yep, there goes that Rampage. Ult first and ult fast. Wow, the counter. Crime's going to find Hedwig, though.
Meet in response, Sashi is going to trade Dragon Blade for the loss of their teammate, manages with the help of Lucio to find Socks. Red X will be eliminated. Guap did get eliminated, now it's just the Mei. You can technically stagger these two out just a little bit, but you don't want to do it too much. The spawn doors are really close to the first objective for an attacking squad. So we see Sashi will have to come back from the defensive spot, unfortunately. And that was a lot of Q buttons pressed for Northeastern. They committed Beat, Kitsune Rush, and Blade. So now the only thing they have online is this Overclock, as Frisco is only 50% to Rampage, whereas Squeak 80% and counting, Crime 80%. 2 ults to 1 confirmed ultimate. It's gonna be a little rough for Northeastern.
Honestly, absolutely follow the Overclock. This could be point going toward this side of St. Clair. Now trying to avoid a bit of damage here, trying to run away. Gets actually taken out. That was a deflect back into their own body. Soaks is also going to pick up 1. This should be point going over towards St. Clair. Frisco got caught up in a wall, gets taken down. The rest of everyone else tries to get away. Maybe get a shot on the carry. Yep, you missed the 100. Leave, because that carry, once they find your head, is going to be done. A good, fast way to go back to the respawn door.
At the staircase, it's Lucio and Brigitte on point. Ah, it's Brig on point for St. Clair. Red X gets to go have fun.
They didn't push too far up, so I guess it wasn't entirely necessary here. But the team did get systematically sort of taken down, so they weren't. I feel like they weren't really able to take the space they wanted to. It was kind of clear they wanted it. They went in their way through castle, whether trying to get an ambush attack on a rotating Northeastern player. Here we actually quite a bit of work there. Now trying to find Sashi out of rotation there, is able to get away, gets the cleanse on. Rampage gets first use. Weak might use it in response. Crime and Razor are going to clean up though, not needing it. Crime did use Overclock there, and Razor's just going absolutely crazy in the kill feed.
Razor didn't even use Blade and got a 3 or a 4K. That was kind of ridiculous. Frisco did commit the Rampage. I was a little shocked by it. Squeak is also going to commit Rampage, but is doing it in the location where Kiriko has one option, and that is get out, or you are going to be eliminated, and Kiriko ends up getting eliminated anyway. Squeak in a 3-on-1 gets taken down by the mid and front line Northeastern, but losing your tank is not the end of the world, especially when there's so many staggers happening for Northeastern. We have Blade committed by Razor. Beat is used in response by Scoops, so that's going to make this all for naught, but it did force Beat. That means that Squeak and Crime can easily get some eliminations. The Sox instigates rally. Suzu is forced out. Hedwig goes down, Frisco goes down, Scoop is gone, Guap is gone, and Sashi is also eliminated. That's a team kill for St. Clair, and Razor is trying to go play Touch the Spawn Door challenge, just like Sashi did on Oasis.
I love whenever I can see a Doomfist come out.
Why?
I don't know. It's something about it. I think Doomfist is pretty fun. Doomfist did get a solid nerf to the punch stun duration against the wall, which can sort of kind of get your entire value there. Risk gets used. Frisco's trying to find Lucio, not able to do it. Push him all the way back out the doors. That's a long throw of a knife there. Not going to find anything with it though. No eliminations, but did an effective job at pushing them back and off the payload here. St. Clair's got 2 minutes left. Overclock will be available as well as Rampage. Beats a pretty long way. St. Clair will have quite a bit of ultimates, actually 3 to their name. They're going up those first 2 that we see on these scoreboard. Effectively, Overclock is available here, going to be used. Tries to find a lot of damage on Crime. Now Crime's forced into a bit of a corner, gets the heals. Nothing's going to be found. Overclock here gets down with the Doomfist, taken down with the help of Razor. Sashi's going to get one of his supports, though. Trying to find the second. This Lucio, Red X, ever so evasive, is not going to be taken out. Now stunned against the wall. Going to find value with it. Can't deflect the Rampage, but going to be able to get away nonetheless. Just another scrappy fight from these two teams.
3v3. Frisco gets eliminated by Squeak with a little help from Red X. Razor's the one pushing cart currently to allow the rest of the team to frontline and go forward. Lucio floating in the mid space. Sashi's going to get eliminated. Scoop has beat online. They have a couple of meters to play with if you're looking at Northeastern right now. They also are almost close to Kitsune Rush, which is probably what they're looking really to get before they try to fully engage on this point. Beat is committed from Scoop to allow people to aggress and spread out, playing space. Razor is going to pop Blade. Red X will pop Beat also as the response. Scoop gets eliminated. Frisco is gone. Guap is almost with Kitsune Rush. 96%, 99. Gets eliminated before Guap can actually fully have Kitsune Rush online. That is point cap 3/2 St. Clair. However, they did it sub 1 minute. So if Northeastern caps, regardless of how much time is on the clock, we will see overtime.
But now we do have a bit of a win condition here, which is always all to see. I mean, we just see the St. Clair team just, I think for what, these like 3 fights in a row, it was nothing but red in the kill feed. I mean, you had the occasional blue in there, but it was nothing but red. It was absolute domination during the entirety of what was after they caught point all the way to second point. That travel time they had was pretty fast because there wasn't a whole lot of retaliation that Northeastern put up. But now they get to flip the roles. They're an attacking team, and from what I can see, it's looking like it's going to be the exact same comp they put last time. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that it's 100% identical for both teams here. We have St. Clair to see if they can hold, and honestly, the tell to me is going to be how fast Northeastern gets first point. If they get it within first or second fight, I'm going to put a lot of favor in their side. But if St. Clair manages to hold past that, they might just be taking them out.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I believe your prediction was correct. Both teams are running with the same compositions we just saw in the first half. JQ has already used Knife, not used Shout just yet. Neither JQ has. There's the first Shout, and Squeak will be eliminated first. Brigitte uses Shield Bash to get out of the way and is going to be pulled in by Knife. Attempted elimination is successful as Scoop and Sashi find Red X and Socks. No, it's just leave Genji and Prime left standing. Prime will fall. Genji shortly thereafter. And Colin, you mentioned how if Northeastern caps this in 1 to 2 fights, you'll be leaning more in their favor. Can I get your feedback?
Yeah, they 100% got my favor now. They got basically under 6 minutes here. The biggest thing is they cannot get held up here. If they allow St. Clair, and they are doing a great job of securing this ground here, which will give them the high ground. Oh, okay, able to wall run out. Never mind. They're going to be able to secure high ground and a lot of free ground. There's just going to be one person on the payload that's just going to push this basically for free. As long as they don't get caught up on this high ground, they push past this initial castle point that we've heard a lot of players don't love. I'm pretty solid they'll be in the clear here. It's just, they got so much time, they just cannot let it bleed, which is honestly what St. Clair's doing. Like, at this point, they know they're probably going to get the second point. They're just looking to bleed off as much time as they can. They actually do a pretty quick rotation, cut off point. They're not able to get the person on it, though, by surprise.
Yeah, Sojourn just slid away. But Scoop and Headway will still end up being deleted, as will Flop. Okay, so I want to say it was Ferris, but it might have actually been Northeastern, who previously left their Hanzo on the payload and let Lucio go forward, and it was with a Zarya composition, or it might have even been the JQ comp. It gets concerning because typically your tank gets deleted when it's not so much a healer diff, it is a pressure creation diff, and your DPS are the ones who create pressure. So if your tank is seeing their health pool trickle down fast, then they know that everyone is just being able to look at your tank as opposed to having to shy away because there's damage or give attention to someone else on your team because no one is doing damage to anybody else on the enemy team. That is why it's concerning to see Hedwig on point. However, they're able to circumvent these problems nonetheless. They will find Socks. and they nearly managed to get Ro8 to half health, but Ro8 will do what any Lucio player does and run away. Frisco's trying to box this JQ into a corner and manages to solo Rampage without moving too far, using a little bit of the mount geometry to their advantage. Squeak gets eliminated, Scoop is going to be eliminated. Frisco, Suzu is dedicated to keep Frisco alive. St. Clair's defense does have this high ground and is using it as the opportunity to drop down and come back up, as Prime pops the overclock, does help eliminate Hedwig, Frisco, and Quap.
Recharging.
I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about. Is they had a really good job taking first point, and it was partially because Squeak sort of a little overcommitted there. I mean, they got in with the shout, but then they got quickly collapsed on here, and then they got first point really fast. But they've already bled effectively 2 minutes and 40 seconds off their time here. They cannot get caught up right now. They have to get the third point here. Beat gets used as well. Blade is available. Northeastern also has Blade active right now, as well as Overclock, but Razor is going to use it first. Find 2 with it. There's 2 more to boot, and this is St. Clair pretty much effectively holding Northeastern. They don't even have to play on the payload anymore.
They're playing at Archway, and I'm here for it. We have Hedwig coming up with the overclock, but nothing else online for Northeastern. Squeak has Rampage for St. Clair. Keep in mind, that is something, if everyone is grouped up for Northeastern, theoretically, yes, we can use Suzu and full cleanse the entire team, but considering typically your Genji is supposed to be being a little hectic and crazy in one area and your Sojourn in the other, but there is the Rampage straight through the enemy team. Suzu's not online, or it does not hit enough people. Sashi and Scoop both will be eliminated, Quap thereafter, and the rest retreat back into spawn.
What's going to change here for this team right now? Because they had such a good job of taking first point and kind of a good job of taking the second fight after that. But ever since they got shut down a little bit, this could be the opening, though, to find that. They're finally able to find one, perhaps get Razor. They are going to be able to do it, and they lose none to boot as well. But honestly, St. Clair's pushed so far up that Northeastern won't be able to push very far before St. Clair catches up to them.
Honestly, what they need to do is they need to catch St. Clair out in rotation. They can't be hesitating here on cart. I don't believe that, and I'm not saying that it's a bad call. I just personally think that having a Lucio on cart is better because Lucio has speed. You can get back to your team and run away and survive a lot easier, plus wall ride, whereas if you mess up your slide as Sojourn, you are in hot water. And they're immediately going to aggress on cart just for the second time and try to eliminate the Sojourn. We have Shout committed as well as Kitsune Rush from Northeastern, just rampaging onto Sox, trying to eliminate that backline. Is successful. Also, we'll find Ro8 shortly thereafter. We do see Quap get eliminated. Squeak will get eliminated to Hedwig with the overclock, but that was overclock, Rampage, and Kitsune Rush all committed. And St. Clair, technically, as Squeak has swapped over to the Doomfist, can hold out a little bit, maybe get a touch on. Yes, they can get a touch on. And they're probably going to wait for the 2 DPS ults to come online and maybe the rally for Sox. But Sox gets deleted first by Frisco. That is great.
Prime also going to go down as well. Hedwig going to get the credit for the kill. Razor is going to take down a support, though. Blade is available. B is up there right now. Might be able to get used. Gets used just in time. Razor gets pretty low. Counter Blade goes out, but Razor's still able to find one. Also probably able to find the Lucio right about now. Is able to do it. With only 42 seconds left, Hedwig has to escape or attempt to do it. Gets a lot of damage reflected back into them. St. Clair managing to hold out just 4.44 meters away from them claiming second point here. And honestly, I was pretty certain St. Clair was going to get second point, that it was just really up to St. Clair to bleed as much time as possible. At this point, it's looking like they're going to be able to full hold them to just one.
Sox did get eliminated with Rally, which is never good, but Scoop and Hedwig shortly fall thereafter. Same with Quap. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch this. There's 7 seconds remaining. Oh. All I see is a blue outline over near point. Actually, it looks like, yes, it was JQ to be the blue outline that was there. Can have a little bit of sustain, but whether or not it's enough is the real question. It looks like it's not going to be. That is going to be Eichenwald going over to St. Clair. And now we have what could be our last map of the evening of Flashpoint. Do you disagree with my call of it being Sarasa?
No, 100%. And what I am going to do is I'm going to put you in the hot seat for once, and I'm going to ask you to make a team prediction. Who's taking third point? You think Northeastern is going to be able to climb back? You think it's going to be St. Clair? Okay. And I'm actually going to 100% agree with you, because I think the way they've been playing that, especially that Joe's comp, is kind of deadly, and I feel like we're going to see them. We're going to see them both play it. There's no reason for them not to, especially when we're going to Servasa. There's quite literally zero debate about that.
Well, I love how we're both saying it's Servasa when we haven't confirmed it yet, but let's just accept it. There is one flashpoint, and then there is the stepchild that no one wants to talk about, theoretically speaking. That is New Junk City. New Junk City is just way too open, and so again, it's the I'm gonna go chase and play cleanup crew, but then all of a sudden, even though it's 100 meters to the spawn, it's right in front of my face and I die.
Do you want to ask a quick question? What do you think about the new flashpoint they announced?
The bigger one?
Hanamura, yeah.
I'm weirded out. Yeah, it's Tsubasa. We're not shocked. I'm weirded out, okay? So I love it. I'm glad they're finally repurposing the old 2CP maps. I don't understand why they changed the name because it is Hanamura.
Yeah, I agree.
But with that in mind, I'm excited that they finally gave us a third option.
Yeah.
But the question really comes down to, until we play it, until we experience it, because if you think about it, the way the old Hanamura was set up, there are very open spaces. If any of the objectives are near those, then most likely no one's going to want to play that map. So, but if it's a mirror image, kind of like a sibling to Tsubasa with the way it's set up, then theoretically, yes, it might be a viable map pick. But if it's like New Junk and just everything's open, then it's pretty, then I won't get to see it.
There's got to be significant changes, I mean, right? Because they have to add what is effectively 2 new points. They could probably keep the same old 2 and repurpose them a little bit, but they've got to add at least 3 new points, which means they've got to expand the map. They've got to build it a bit bigger here, so they could theoretically change a lot of the map layout, which is also, I feel like they have to do that because there's no way they change the name without a pretty serious revamp of the map.
No, they have to add new spawn, like they have to add new spawns, new points. They probably are removing some of the old buildings, adding in new ones, but sticking with the theme of Hanamura, so to speak, as we jump into Tsubasa, our turquoisey colored point. My favorite of the 2 when it comes to Flashpoint and favorite of many other teams, evident by the fact that I think we've seen New Junk City a grand total of 3 times during our news broadcast.
I think it was only the first week that Flashpoint became available.
That we saw New Junk, right?
Yeah, I think that was the only time we saw New Junk was the first time, and then people started like playing it more and more, and realized, oh wait, we don't like New
Junk sucks.
Let's play the other one.
It was funny because the teams that I play with, we all went New Junk because it was like finally another Junkertown style map. Like it fit into the lore, so to speak. So we all wanted to play it, and then we're like, oh, this stinks.
This one's not good. We actually, yeah, both teams gonna pull out the Joe's comp. I think they're sticking with the break competition now.
Hisashi got the first pick onto Razor, but Frisco fell shortly thereafter to a Brigitte whip shot, and then 3 assists in tow. It was Brig, Lucio as Sojourn. I think even maybe Genji had a little bit involvement in that elimination. Sashi's struggling to survive. Wall climb used again. Sashi's just hoping to live, but again, 3 people committing onto an elimination.
And that's just the score we're saying. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I think that's clearly everybody sort of assisting in the elimination there. And that is going to be St. Clair taking control of the first point, which is reiterating pretty important here. They're pretty aware of this rotation as well. They're actually faking on it a bit. This indecision here on where to commit could be deadly as St. Clair continues to climb up here. And we do see the final commit. Squeak is going to get quite a bit of damage on Hedwig. There it goes, but they're also very low themselves. They're going to go down. Red X gets one as well on the opposing Lucio, but now they're going to clean up. And it doesn't even matter they lost their tank so early into that fight because the rest of it was just Dustpan and Broom.
Good to see you.
Squeak, your team clutched that for you.
Yeah, it really was. I'm going to get my 1. It's up to y'all.
And then I'm going to go to 9 health. And then I'm going to cry hugging a corner and go back to spawn rather quickly. The first objective is captured. That is market done and dusted in the words of Jacob himself. So we rotate to the next flashpoint. It looks like we're going to Garden.
I think it's actually, I think it's the...
Oh no, it's not Garden.
Someone fell, for sure.
I can't see the objective indicator on the screen just yet, so, because everyone's playing cleanup crew still.
I do like this though. I do like this fight. Point's not even open. Why sit on point? Yeah, you just have the Lucio sit there, and then you take the space. And this is free. It was not only free ultimate, honestly, because they got the 5K, and now they're sitting at 5 ultimates. Northeastern builds a little bit of ultimate charge themselves, but they also get the point first. Riley's going to get used, Kitsune Rush to counter it. Beat also got used there as well. Squeak going to use Rampage. It's going to clean up a lot. Sashi's able to find one, but not for the rest of the team. He finds the 5 others that exist on Northeastern, as St. Clair only lost one that fight, and they're going to quickly climb to probably above 60% before Northeastern even gets to point.
So they caught him in rotation first time. Now they're going to go for this pincer play between Genji and JQ. See if it works out. Blade is committed by Razor to force everyone into St. Clair, and then Red X commits Beat. Blade seems to be the wombo combo for St. Clair. Who needs a nano when I can just have Beat? I'm good enough to find my slashes and my dashes at the right time. I don't need a nano boost. All I need is the extra healing.
I mean, if that's how deadly they are with just the Beat, I couldn't imagine how scary it is with the nano. I think we actually see the Lucio going behind. They said, I'm actually just not going to play with the team, and I'm going to look to secure. They're actually backcapping right now, and I think they might get it. I don't think anyone's contesting them at all. And to be honest, I don't think St. Clair really cares that much, as they've effectively lost this fight. And that's actually massive. They've won that without their Lucio and capped point a couple seconds earlier than what they would have done.
Good job, Northeastern. The one thing I will say is that some coaches, and I agree with the practice that has been demonstrated by professional teams and the coaches on those teams, which is fighting on the point is more likely to get you to lose. You need to fight off point. And that is what St. Clair was pushing for, but they got extremely close to the spawn doors, and then Lucio was just like, okay, see ya, and knew that he had to play for touch. So Lucio read it, his little heart out, got the frog by 1 point, got the cap, and the team had to admit that they did not have their Lucio with them. But unfortunately, they once again will not have their Lucio with them, as Razor will find the elimination on the scoop. Guap almost has Kitsune Rush, unfortunately also gets eliminated. Frisco goes down there after Razor. That is 3 kills all in a row, 4 kills in a row to Razor, and Hedwig just says, I'm going off on my own terms, and goes into the drink.
Honestly, hey, better go out on your own terms than go down the opposition and help them get a 5K, because that just would have been on the highlight reel. And now St. Clair is at match point, not only for the series, but also the game right now. They just need this last point here, which both teams, actually no, it should be Northeastern that gets 2-point advantage first. Point won't unlock for another 15 or so seconds, but they're going to get there first. But could be dangerous. The Scoop is going to find one on Squeak there. This could be the reason why they end up getting first point advantage, or at least tapping the point first.
3 seconds to point unlock. Squeak has respawn, but it has to either use Shout or get picked up, or team just waits for Squeak to meander their way back to the rest of the squad.
They will have 4 ultimates available compared to Northeastern's. They also should have 4 available, but if St. Clair used theirs first and managed to do it rather effectively, we do see Riley get committed as well. Nothing on the side of Northeastern gets used. The Beat gets used immediately as soon as it pops up. Rampage is used as well. Beat was used a bit early, so it's going to find pretty effective usage there. Frisco does get one. Squeak, Red X, Razor to get one for themselves. Sashi should be going down here. Gets headshot with the overclock. There goes down the rest of it. Northeastern was able to get 49%, which is pretty good. It should allow them the time to respawn, get back in this fight, do some poke, and get in before they get overtaken in terms of point percentage. But St. Clair's going to have Blade and Beat, which is the wombo combo, just like already said. They've been pretty good at making it work so far, so let's not say they're going to do it again. There's Bleak, go up in the air, going to try and find the Curie, can't run away from a Blade, especially when you TP so close. Red X gets one to boot as well, so Ashi gets one with their Blade as well. Okay, hold on, a little bit of turnaround. Frisco Scoop getting one. Now Razor extremely low, trying to get away, gets melee to boot. Northeastern turning the turntables.
Hello.
I am clapping, you just can't hear it because the mics will make it sound really terrible. So looking at ultimates only,
Good to see
Guap
you.
is the closest to having any ultimate. And if this Kitsune Rush is not held, used as it comes online, trying to catch St. Clair out could be absolutely massive and confirm this entire this 3rd point objective in favor of Northeastern. It is the hesitancy that tends to be the Achilles heel for players, and it looks like this time it is still going to be favoring Northeastern. Genji gets a little low, Frisco gets low, Guap gets low. That is 2 down for Northeastern. Sox is gone for St. Clair, and shortly thereafter, Sashi and Hedwig will also fall. That's 99 to 61. Scoop, unfortunately, was the one who had to cap last time with the back cap, but Scoop dying last means someone has to be extremely fast to get back to point. I don't know if Frisco can make it there in time. They might be leading their Lucio as Co-op also gets a little bit of damage taken early before they're even near the objective.
Yeah, against his 90% here, Scoop is barely to respawn right here. Might be able to, we've seen the rollout they got was pretty quick, so they might be able to get their 93%, but they are extremely close. Nothing's going to stop this team from W King into the point. They are going to be able to get a touch to get on. Shouts uses out of Northeastern. There's Kitsune Rush. Is there anything to counter? There's Rally, there's Blade, full storm available. Everything going out. Headway to be the first one to get it. Headway to get 2 now. That's an advantage for numbers here. 99 to 99. Scoop to get 1 as well. There goes down the rest of everybody. Crime should be the last to go down, and that's going to be Northeastern fighting tooth and nail to get this 3rd point and make sure it doesn't go to St. Clair, and they're going to live to fight another one.
Good to see you. Flashpoint ruins.
Northeastern said, we are not done yet.
They want to make it to the round of Elite 8. Keep in mind, for those of you if you just tuned in, St. Clair, as far as series score goes, is leading by 2. And if they win Flashpoint, everything is done. They continue to the round of 8, and that is the end of the road for Northeastern as far as this playoff season goes. Now, if Northeastern manages to win Flashpoint, we will continue on to push and possibly go to Escort. We'll have to wait and see. Squeak with the Rampage, looking for an opportunity to instigate it. Has to maybe force the Suzu from Kiko first. However, might just dive bomb for it anyway. We also have Beat online, almost Blade, Overclock also for Northeastern. There is Beat from Red X, forced to allow the rest of the team to gain space and spread out. Squeak will then use Rampage and spearhead their way through the entirety of Northeastern, but everybody turned and eviscerated the JQ.
We are seeing a different team from the side of Northeastern right now. At a 5K. Ever since that 3rd point, a certain fire ignited underneath them, because right now they're taking absolute control. That's the second team fight they've won in a row here. Not exactly that means a whole lot. They are going to have the end should be Kitsune Rush here. St. Clair will have what should be Blade, and really that should be it. Sasha's going to open it up though, find 1 on So6, the closest one to a secondary ultimate they got. Frisco's pretty low. Red X and Razor are going to find 1, but Scoop and Headway are going to answer back to get 2. Razor now dangerously low, just going to, stop the movement keys, move on. This should be Northeastern getting the 2nd point here. The Lucio might be able to get a touch, but that's if they right at Lucio their little heart out.
It's also if they decide to commit to this point. Technically St. Clair doesn't have to. They can give it up and take us to the final objective. And it does appear as though someone managed to get a touch on point for a brief moment. I think it was Red X who dedicated almost half of their life pool to get in. Shout is committed. Razor will pull out the Blade. Is forced to use Deep like early. Frisco is dangerously low and will be eliminated. Scoop used Deep, but it wasn't enough. Swap has Kitsune Rush. It's committed, but now St. Clair finally has control of the point. It's flipped into their favor. Honestly, I think after Lucio died, he could have just given up the point and come back with Kitsune Rush, Rampage, Overclock, Blade, what have you.
Yeah, that might be the reason why they end up losing out here, because St. Clair is going to have...
But Sashi!
Hold on a second, though.
Sashi?
It does go down, though, to Razor.
But that's both supports, and the other supports for Northeastern are nearly
ready
back.
to overclock.
Crime goes to overclock here, so they could entirely pop off right now. That is, if they don't get shut down. Northeastern will have Rampage, Overclock, Blade available to them. Right now, they're not finding any opening picks, though, and yep, there's Crime finding Headways right there. Doesn't have to use Overclock yet. Gonna get quite a bit of damage with the orb there. There's a big anti. Frisco now pushing to a corner, gets headshot, and this might be it, because the rest of this team fight, by the time everyone goes down, yeah, they're already at 90%. We'll see some stagger touches, some attempts, but this should be going to St. Clair's favor. With the last of it, 98%. St. Clair's your champion.
Congratulations, St. Clair. You guys will move on to the round of Elite 8. Sweet 16 is going to conclude with the end of this week. As far as what you've witnessed, excuse me, my body is telling me I need to hiccup, but I'm not letting myself. Do you have any final big takeaways from what we witnessed today for our Overwatch games?
Joe's is fun to watch, and St. Clair's kind of a monster. But like I sort of said earlier, it's round 16. this is technically not supposed to be the hardest fight they take. If they do go on to anything beyond round 8, it starts getting a little bit more intense from that point on. So I'm excited to see what it brings, because this is it. I mean, we sort of saw from what Northeastern is, we saw that fire at the very last second, where unfortunately that competitive fight that we saw them take and sort of hold on to happened a little bit too late, and there were some last-second choices that hindered their ability to recontest. But I think we should be seeing that a lot more on the teams later on. So I'm excited to see what happens next week and the week after that.
Well, next week will be the start of the Elite 8 for Overwatch. The winners of those games will move on to be in the Final Four. With that being said, that is the end of our NACE broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us. And we want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors: Truth, Extra Life, Dunkin', Pizza Hut, Alienware, Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, Monster, Los Angeles Comic-Con, ROTC, as well as Mavics, which are the sponsors of our plays of the game. Mavics, feel the difference. Enjoy these top 5 plays. Be happy, be healthy, be well, and we'll see you next time.
Bit of the anomaly in sense of they got to 99 and then they lost week.
Ultimate's charged. Let's move.
Now you have Overclock available for set of things there, as well as Blizzard, as well as Beat, as well as Window, where Northeastern has Beat, will have Blade, will have Overclock, and will have JQ's Rampage. It does get committed here. A rotating Northeastern player. Here he actually quite a bit of work there. Now trying to find Sashi out of rotation there. Is able to get away, gets the cleanse on. Rampage gets first use. Weak might use it in response. Crime and Razor are going to clean up though, not needing it. Crime did use Overclock there, and Razor's just going led effectively 2 minutes off their 2 minutes and 40 seconds off their time here. They cannot get caught up right now. They have to get the 3rd point here. Beat gets used as well. Blade is available. Northeastern also has Blade active right now, as well as Overclock, but Razor's going to use it first. Find 2 with it. There's 2 more to boot. Down as well. Hedwig don't want to get the credit for the kill. Razor is going to take down a support though. Blade is available. Beat is up there right now. Might be able to get used. Gets used just in time. Razor gets pretty low. Counter Blade goes out, but Razor's still able to find 1. Also probably able to find the Lucio right about now. Is able to do it. With only 42 seconds left, Hedwig has to... I know they're not finding any opening picks though, and yet there's Crime finding Hedwig right there. Doesn't have to use Overclock yet. Gonna get quite a bit of damage with the orb there. With the big anti-Frisco now pushing to a corner, gets headshot, and this might be it because the rest of his team fight by the time everyone goes down. Yeah, they're already at 90%.